What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, December 12th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Texas football's 2026 schedule came out last night. We will go over it, talk about the pros and cons, and tell you everything you need to know about what's coming the Longhorns' way next fall, plus more fallout from the Chiron Moore situation at Michigan. We've got more information on what exactly happened that led to his firing. We will preview a massive NFL weekend, huge games for the Dallas Cowboys and Houston Texans. Massive matchup for Texas basketball tonight. Got some Texas volleyball to get into, some more Longhorn football to get into, and man, somebody posted a video on how the McRib is made.
Oh, no.
We'll show it once, just you and me, and then we'll show it again during crosstalk, and it may break Rodney's heart. I think that dude is the biggest fan of the McRib in the world. So we'll get to that. Plenty of sports, plenty of fun on a Friday edition of Bucky and BK. Happy Friday to everyone out there. We appreciate y'all starting your weekend off with us. And a happy Friday to you, my man. How are you this morning?
I'm doing fantastic, man. Just another beautiful day we got in store for us today and tomorrow, and into early next week. We may have a little bit of rain possibly on Tuesday, but boy, the temperatures are nice in the afternoon. The sun is shining and got no problems. It is it's what you would love to have a lot of places in the country this time of year.
Oh my
God.
God.
Kind of weather. Man, oh man, we've been lucky.
Yeah, I went for like an hour walk down here in Houston yesterday, just outside in the afternoon with my pops, walking the trail, 70 degrees, sun's out. It's right by a golf course. A bunch of people are playing golf. It's perfect, man. This is why you live in the state of Texas.
Yes, you do. Yes.
Days like these, it's awesome.
Some other places that are freezing cold right now, places getting rain, tons of rain. State of Washington's flooded. And, of course, we're always looking for a little water, so send some of that water down here.
Come on, CB, make it happen.
But I'll tell you, the temperatures are really, really nice. And it can continue this way. These afternoons in the 70s, 74, 75 degrees, that's fine. Next week, got a couple 60s, but we can do with that as long as we don't have those 30s. 30s and 20s are the ones we're trying to stay away from.
Yeah, anything below freezing is what we're trying to stay away from because, there's a lot to love about Texas, but obviously the way Texas reacts when it freezes is not one of them.
No, that's full panic mode when that happens for sure. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do for all of us. We do appreciate that. And do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. The 2025 Heisman ceremony will take place tomorrow night. 27 years ago today, Ricky Williams won the 1998 Heisman Trophy. And our guy CB asked if you cried when you saw Ricky hoist that trophy in New York.
No, I didn't. I was more in tears at the College Football Hall of Fame when he was inducted. I was with Mac Brown and Sally Brown at a table and had a couple tears come out because, of course, Mac was crying.
Oh, yeah.
So he made me get a little bit emotional, and that was the night Jerry Jones gave a speech. That was kind of wild, and that's when I met Condoleezza Rice.
Well, there's a lot that happened. That's a monumental night in your life, sir.
Oh, it definitely was. I stayed at the Waldorf Astoria. That's where I bedded down for the 4 or 5 days that I was there. It was fantastic, but no, I didn't cry for the Heisman. Remember, I've been around Heisman Trophy winners: Doug Flutie, the whole Tony Dorsett.
It's rarer to win the Heisman than it is to make the College Football Hall of Fame, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Just didn't get the waterworks going. Well, you were in front of Condi Rice. You didn't want to embarrass yourself in front of one of your favorite women of all time.
She's got the guns, man.
Oh, yeah, she'd kick your ass.
She's buffed.
What was Jerry Jones talking about? Why was he speaking that night?
He was speaking, as a CEO, and he didn't sound like he normally sounds when he talks about the Dallas Cowboys. He doesn't twang. He doesn't have that Texas twang or Arkansas twang. He sounds like a legitimate CEO, and he's talking business. That's how he gets to keep that business. He doesn't act like a goof as a CEO. Only as the owner, general manager, and head coach of the Dallas Cowboys does he act goofy.
Well, that was also nearly 3 decades ago, so I'm sure he sounded a lot different everywhere than he does now. He's gotten older and more senile as the years have passed.
That's true. He's lost more games.
But you're right. I mean, he's clearly a great businessman. He has been his entire life, but unfortunately, it's hard to call it the worst business that he runs because he makes so much money on the Dallas Cowboys, but obviously from a fan perspective, it is the worst business that he runs, and he just continues to run it into the ground more and more by the year.
Yeah, he was really good. I mean, he had your attention. You didn't wander off. He spoke well. I thought he was fantastic. That's why I kept thinking, it's the same guy that I hear do these Tuesday calls and gets on radio and sounds like a goofball. He wasn't talking about any glory hole. He was talking about vaults of money. That's what he was talking about.
You're telling me this wasn't a part of his speech?
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.
No.
Very low percentage.
He didn't sound like that whatsoever.
Okay, and no glory hole references
None.
up there on stage that night. See,
None
that's
back in
disappointing
that.
right
I want
there.
me some glory hole.
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. We all are looking for a little glory hole. We all got a little Chiron Moore to us, don't we?
Of course. Well, not like that dude. That dude, he's going to get to put on maybe a suit and tie today.
Yeah, he's got
Maybe.
an arraignment scheduled for today, still in custody. And obviously we'll see how that goes for Chiron Moore. We'll get more into that story a little bit later in the show. More details have come out.
Of course, there's going to be a lot more. The president's asking students if there's anything that they know. I'm like, wow. Any chance you get to crap on this guy, it's coming now.
They are really trying to ensure that they don't have to pay him his $13 million buyout.
Oh, yeah.
That's what this is, right? And let's get ourselves as much evidence as we possibly can to make sure that there's no chance we owe this guy a single dollar.
Wow.
Yeah, so we'll get to that in a little bit. But, Buck, last night, the 2026 Texas football schedule was released. They had a television special on the SEC network because, of course, they did. And, look, we've known a lot of bits and pieces of the schedule for a while. We've known everything about the non-conference games for a while, dates, opponents, and locations. Before last night, we knew the opponents and we knew the locations of the 9 SEC games, but now we know all of the dates too. I'll do a little screen share for you and everybody who's watching to see, and we'll kind of talk through this schedule together, obviously for those of you tuned in on the TSU app. But now it is official, Buck. And before we dive into the SEC, we'll start at the beginning. The season opener, September 5th, against your Texas State Bobcats.
Fear the cat early. Chiron didn't fear the cat, but that's okay.
No, he did not. He may be a God-fearing man, but he ain't a cat-fearing man.
No, he's not. Man, oh, man. The Bobcat right off the bat, huh?
Right off the bat, yeah, and of course, Ohio State comes to town week 2. You worried about that trap game, that overlook effect with Texas State in week 1.
Yeah, that Bobcat game should really get you all fired up for the next week.
That'll be a fun one. Texas and Texas State, the first game of the 2026 season. And, of course, we got to wait a little bit longer, right? This season started on August 30th. Next year doesn't start until September 5th, so they push things back a few days, and that's going to be really annoying when we're in mid-August next year and we're just begging for football to be here, and we've got to wait like 6 more days for the season to actually start. So That's one sort of downside for that game. But I know it was something we talked about a lot going into this season. I am glad Ohio State is week 2 instead of week 1.
Hey, what do you mean? We only lost by 7.
We lost by 7 points.
Yeah.
Was the closest margin of victory for Ohio State during the regular season this year. Now, they did lose to Indiana in the Big Ten championship game, which didn't help.
Somebody was able to beat the big bad Buckeyes.
Right. Yeah, one team was able to beat the big bad Buckeyes, and we'll see what happens if they get a rematch in the playoffs. But, I think it's better for Texas. I think it's honestly better for both sides that game is in week 2. You get to see what you have with Texas State in week 1, and then obviously you prepare for the Buckeyes in that massive revenge game coming up on September 12th. Obviously, it'll be the third time the Horns and Bucks play in the span of basically 2 calendar years.
Yes.
And then your third and final non-conference game at home against UTSA. So you get the Bobcats and you get the Roadrunners in your non-conference games, sandwiching the massive tilt against Ohio State. Then you get to SEC play. How about the SEC opener, Buck? The first road game for Texas in 2026 in Knoxville. The Longhorns at Tennessee.
That's quite our first game. Quite a place for if you're a young player, if you've never been to anything like Knoxville. I mean, that stadium is awesome. That place will be awesome as an away trip. I like that game.
You coached a game at Tennessee?
I played at a game in Tennessee as a Boston College player.
As good as advertised?
Oh my God, it's like different world. It's unbelievable there. On game day, I was there at night game.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be an insane atmosphere. It'll be the first ever trip for the Longhorns to Neyland Stadium. And look, Tennessee fans hate everybody. They really hate Texas.
Yes.
Like, they get so caught up in the fact
whole
that
UT thing.
Boom, bingo. UT versus UT. They get so caught up in the fact that, like, the University of Texas also goes by UT. The University of Texas that came before the University of Tennessee, by the way,
Yes.
goes by UT. Like, they lose their freaking minds on that.
Oh, yeah.
And I think Tennessee fans hate everybody. That's kind of the vibe I've gotten from SEC folk in the 2 years that we've been in the conference. Obviously, Texas hasn't seen them in football, but we've seen them in other sports. But they do not like Texas. So, again, Neyland's always crazy. That atmosphere would be nuts regardless. But, yeah, they're going to have it out for the Longhorns. So that'll be a good test. Obviously, you've got the Manning family history with Peyton playing his college ball at Tennessee. So, they're going to be excited for Arch to come to town. Yeah, that's a fun one right there. That's obviously a difficult SEC opener, but a pretty fun matchup between the two UTs. And the one orange that's cool and the one orange that looks like shit.
Yes, absolutely.
And then you've got – go ahead, Buck.
Yeah, as you're saying, and then this schedule then just ramps up and never stops.
Well, here's a big change across the entire conference next year. Really, 2 big changes across the entire conference next year. One of them we've known about for a while. The SEC will now play 9 conference games versus 8. But, Buck, it's kind of hard to tell just looking at this screenshot. Texas only has 1 bye week next year. And that's every team in the SEC. So not only do you play a tougher schedule because you had another game against an SEC team, but instead of the 2 byes that you had this season, you only have 1 next year.
Man, there's some long stretches in here.
So we're turning this thing into the NFL, and in the NFL, it's always like you want to buy kind of in the middle towards the end, right? The NFL starts their buys in like week 5, and they go through week 12, and you want something 8, 9, 10 range just to get it as perfectly timed in the middle as you possibly can. Buck, Texas's bye is right after Tennessee. The good news is it's before the Oklahoma game, so you'll have 2 weeks to prepare for the Sooners.
Sure.
The bad news is that means you have 8 straight games to end the season.
Wow. That's a lot of SEC play from that point on, brother. Wow.
All of them are SEC games, of course. 8 straight games, and then you've got A&M on Black Friday again, which I'm glad that game will be in that standalone spot the day after Thanksgiving. But it's 8 games and not even 8 full weeks.
Man.
So everyone's talking about college football looking more and more like the NFL every day. Yeah, case in point right here, just one bye week in the SEC. So they couldn't start the season in August like they did this year. They got to make us wait a little bit longer. And they're also like, yeah, no, you only get 1 week off, so good luck, everybody.
Man.
And I think it's Texas, Oklahoma, and Ole Miss who are the 3 teams who have that early bye. So Oklahoma will also have a week off to prepare for Texas. But again, like the Longhorns, the Sooners will have that stretch of 8 straight to end the season.
That boy, you got to hope you can stay. Talking about staying healthy.
Yeah.
From Tennessee, those 3 games, 2 games right after Tennessee, and then Ole Miss is at home too.
Yeah.
Well, you don't know what you're going to get from that team anyway.
Yeah, new head coach. And Texas will see a couple of new head coaches in October. Big difference between the October schedule this season and what we'll get next season. Remember, the Longhorns spent 42 days straight on the road in October this year. They didn't play a home game for the entire month of October. They went from like September 20th till November 1st between games at DKR, Texas Memorial Stadium. This year, they won't leave the state in October. They've got the OU game and then 3 straight home games, Florida, Ole Miss, and Mississippi State to wrap it up.
Yeah, you should be cranking it up. And it's like, you crank it up, but you're going to be tired. You're going to have some depth here now.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, as much as I think the SEC screwed Texas from a scheduling standpoint this year, and they did with that 42-day straight road trip that the Longhorns were on, I mean, that's insane. I don't think that's ever happened in the history of this conference. They are kind of hooking Texas up next year. Buck, in the first 8 games the Longhorns will play, they only leave the state of Texas 1 time. It's 6 home games, Oklahoma in Dallas, and then that road trip to Tennessee. Now, that means down the stretch they'll have to travel a decent amount. But in the first 9 weeks / 8 games of next year, the Longhorns will only leave Texas 1 time. That ain't bad.
That ain't bad at all.
That means you got to take advantage early on.
Because going to A&M is like going to a parking lot and just playing against them. So what's the difference?
You could take them anywhere.
Anywhere.
You're calling Kyle Field a parking lot? It's a pretty big parking lot, sir.
It's a big old parking lot.
You ever been to a parking lot that has 107,000 people in it?
That's okay. It doesn't matter where you play them. You know that.
I'm not worried about it. I just wasn't sure if you're calling the people like lot lizards or you're calling Kyle Field a dump. Like what are you going with?
No, it's not a dump. It's a very nice spot.
Okay. I like that. Yeah, that obviously will end the season. And I kind of like what the SEC has done these last couple of years where they put Arkansas and A&M as the last 2 games of the year. I don't know if that's going to be a thing that happens every season, but obviously we had it this year. And the difference between the first 2 years that Texas was in the SEC and next year is those games flip-flop locations. So this year Texas had both of those teams at home. Last year they played both of those teams on the road. Next year they'll have the Hogs at home and then A&M on the road. So every other year you'll get either Arkansas or Texas A&M in Austin, which I think is pretty cool. Look at the month of November, Buck. So obviously all the home games early in conference play at Missouri, at LSU, home Arkansas, at Texas A&M. So 3 of the last 4 on the road.
If Hogs with a new coach, LSU with a new coach, Missouri was losing a lot of people, so who knows? Yeah,
it's almost impossible to predict what this thing is going to look like. I mean, we don't know what any of these rosters are going to look like. Right?
Things are going to change.
Transfer portal hasn't opened, and we know all sorts of madness is going to ensue when it does right after the turn of the year. But, look, I do expect Texas to be ranked in the preseason top 5 next year.
Sure.
I don't think they'll be preseason number 1 again. They shouldn't be preseason number 1 again.
Please don't do that to them.
and considering like only one team in the last 20 years who started the year number one has won the national championship at the end of the year, I am very okay with Texas not being the number one team to open up 2026. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of questions about all of these squads right now. But I think, look, considering you've got Ohio State, considering you've got a 9-game conference schedule, the worst part about this is the early bye. But in terms of the home games that you get, in terms of the way this thing lays out, I think the Longhorns have it pretty good next year.
I wish that LSU game was at home, though.
Yeah, well.
But it is LSU. They're no good.
I know. I can't say if there's a year you want to get LSU on the road, it's next year.
It is, really. You're right.
Well, I would have
It's
rather
true.
gotten them with Brian Kelly than Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, well, no doubt.
But it is year one of Lane Kiffin, so maybe it'll take him some time to get things figured out there. And all right, if you're going to have to make that trip, let's just do it right now. I mean,
I would say yes.
That's a fun one for Texas fans. I mean, you've got 2 incredible road trips that you could make. Sorry about that, Mizzou. Don't really care too much about you.
Or A&M. Sorry about that.
Yeah, A&M. I mean, I think a lot of Longhorn fans have been to Kyle Field, but Texas, again, has never played at Tennessee. And I don't know the last time Texas played LSU, but I do know, in the COVID year, 2020, Texas was supposed to make that return trip to Baton Rouge, and that obviously got canceled because the season got shortened. I was so pissed, and LSU was so bad that year, too. Remember, after they won the national title, they just completely fell off the face of the earth, and I knew it. Everybody knew it was going to happen, and it's like, oh, man, we're going to walk into Tiger Stadium. They're going to put that game at night. Everyone's going to tell us how hard it is, and we're going to go in there and beat the brakes off of them.
Oh,
and then,
yeah,
of course,
that'd be great.
Game never happened. So I think it'll be a little tougher this time around. But, yeah, I mean, at
for
Tennessee.
the Manning family, Tennessee, at LSU, and then, at Tennessee, at LSU, you're talking about going back to your home state. That's awesome for Arch and his family, too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the SEC taking advantage.
That's great for recruiting, too.
For Texas?
Oh, yes.
Just getting to play.
Oh, yeah, just going to LSU. All those players that see that game, that's got to take advantage of those. And as you said, take advantage of the first year through with Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, you'd like to win that game. That would definitely help because Texas and LSU compete against each other for countless recruits.
Dude, you could be awful tired by then.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, every other team in the SEC only has one bye. Again, most of the teams have it in a better spot than Texas does, but there's going to be a lot of tired bodies.
Mm-hmm.
And, golly, there's just a lot of adjusting to this new schedule for sure. But the conference clearly taking advantage of Manning, right? I mean, you've got Tennessee, you've got Ole Miss, you've got LSU. The league knows that, okay, Arch is the quarterback for one more season. Let's make sure we get as many big games and as many big storylines as we possibly can before that dude says goodbye. Because, after Arch leaves, Texas Ole Miss is just a game. Texas Tennessee is just a game. Texas LSU, that feels a little bigger because the states border each other, but the number one storyline, I think, in all 3 of those is the ties that the Manning family has to all 3 of those. So there it is, the Texas football schedule. By the way, a couple of SEC schedule notes from around the conference. LSU will travel to Ole Miss in week 3.
Wow. Yeah, and Ole Miss has got, and they've got some Manning stuff with Ole Miss, too, and that's at home. That's a home game, correct, Texas? Ole Miss?
Yep.
Wow.
In October.
Boy, they're going to take advantage. You're right. TV's going to take advantage of a bunch of this stuff.
Oh, of course. Yeah. I mean, most Texas games are in a pretty prime spot on television regardless. But, the networks are going to go out of their way to make sure that they can get a piece of the Manning family whenever they can. So, and they're all kind of spaced out, right? The Tennessee game in September, the Ole Miss game in October, the LSU game in the middle of November. So they're spread out one a month. And, it'll be fun. It'll make for some fun road trips for Texas fans, obviously some fun storylines. And a lot of teams that the Longhorns don't get to play a lot will finally be on the schedule.
Yes, indeed.
Texas, Mizzou, obviously former Big 12 foes. First time the Longhorns and Tigers will play against each other since
the
Tom Herman secure the bag dance.
That was a bowl game, wasn't it?
That was a bowl game in Houston where I am right now, the Texas Bowl in the, what was that, the 2017 season, I think?
The Texas Bowl.
Where Michael Dixon was named MVP.
Great.
He was by far and away, I mean, I was up in the press box for that game. I had a vote for MVP, and it was a no-brainer that Michael Dixon, long ball Dixon, was getting the nod from me. Guy was awesome, man. Still is awesome for Seattle, by the way. Conference storylines, LSU at Ole Miss, Buck, week 3.
Yes, indeed.
Lane Kiffin going to Oxford early in the season. You know, think of what Chris Beard had to deal with when he went to Lubbock's a couple of seasons ago. That will be what Lane Kiffin, I think, is going to have to deal with when he makes his way to the Grove.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter. Either way, with Mississippi in the playoffs, it doesn't really matter. He's going to get it big time.
Lane Kiffin? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
And his staff, they're all going to get it.
Yeah, they're all going to get it, of course. But Lane will be – I mean, I think College Game Day is going to be there regardless. Like, both of those teams could be 0-2. I honestly think the SEC did that on purpose. They put it that early in the season.
Yes.
Because they're like – they don't want either of those teams to be bad, right? Like, put it early enough in the year where both of those teams –
when they're playing their out-of-conference schedule, so they're undefeated.
Yeah, they're probably both 2-0. They're probably both ranked. Like, let's build as much hype and make sure that this game is as big of a deal as we possibly can.
No doubt.
Like, smart move. I mean, that's going to be a freaking madhouse, dude. That guy's the best coach they've ever had in football, and there's not going to be one single cheer there.
Oh, he bailed on them. They are going to be pissed.
He bailed on them, and he also did it in the least respectful way possible.
Well, that's what he does.
That's what he's always done. Yeah. Georgia-Bama, by the way, the same day as Texas-OU. Talk about some massive games. October 10th, the Longhorns will be playing in the Red River Shootout. You also get Georgia traveling to Alabama, which always feels like the biggest game in the league every year. And one thing that still exists, Buck, that I was hoping would go away, the Week 11 cupcakes.
Oh, no.
There are still 4 SEC teams. It's not as many as in years past, but there are still 4 SEC teams that will be playing the cupcake opponent in the penultimate game.
Do they have Charlotte on the list?
I think Charlotte's on the list. I think Wofford is on the list. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, Texas A&M is one of those. No, they are not one of those teams. I beg your pardon. Sorry, Aggies. You've got Alabama playing Chattanooga.
Great.
Before Auburn. You've got Auburn playing Samford.
Yeah, Samford's always a sacrificial lamb in Week 11 for SEC team.
Yeah, that's who the Aggies had this year, right before Texas. Yep. So Samford always willing to take that payday to take that assing. They're perfectly fine with that trade. You've got Ole Miss playing Wofford, and you've got Mississippi State taking on Tennessee Tech.
Wow.
Those are your 4, I guess Week 12 technically, but 11th game cupcakes.
Yeah, Mississippi State can use every game they can get, every one of those they can get.
You know who A&M plays? Remember, they had Samford this year before Texas. You know who they get before the Longhorns?
Who do they have on it?
At Oklahoma.
Oh.
You talk about an end to the year for the Aggies. At OU and then Texas back-to-back.
That's not a nice ending right there.
Oh, my God. The Aggie schedule is just actually insane next year. They went from the easiest schedule of all time, and they took advantage of it. They're in the playoff.
Yes. Do they have Alabama or Georgia in there?
They do have at Alabama. They do have at LSU. They do have at Missouri, at South Carolina, at Oklahoma, and then home games against Tennessee, Texas, Arkansas, and Kentucky, and Arizona State in the non-con, too.
Oh, Kentucky's still in the SEC?
Kentucky is still in the SEC, yes.
For now?
For now, Kentucky is still in the SEC. They got your guy Will Stein as their coach. Why are you dunking on them now?
Don't worry about it. Notre Dame will eventually said, we would like to join the SEC. And the SEC would say to Kentucky, bye. No, they wouldn't, because of basketball. They wouldn't do that.
I don't think they'll do that. I don't think the SEC. I mean, it's like the playoff, Buck. You don't downsize. You don't shrink a conference. Nobody intentionally shrinks a conference. You always add because that's more money being
More
added.
well, yeah. If they join, in my mind, I think they really go to the Big Ten, but because they can't continue to play this charade that they're doing. Well, they really can, as long as you keep upping the ante and upping the deals for how many teams are going to be in your playoffs. Notre Dame feels like they're just going to be just fine, and their backdoor deals that they make, which
Right.
people are starting to find out about. Boy, they're going to be up in arms when this thing happens.
I think, yeah, they already are up in arms. I mean, that's insanity that that Notre Dame apparently signed a deal with the college football playoff to basically get a guaranteed spot in the CFP if they are ranked in the top 12 or top 14, however many teams there are in the playoff. If Notre Dame is ranked in the top that number in the actual rankings, then they are assured a spot. So, hey, sorry we screwed you this year, but we love you too much, Notre Dame. We'll make
We're not
sure
going to continue to screw you.
Nothing ever happens again. Yeah, I saw a report yesterday from Dan Wolken who said that after learning about Notre Dame's MOU that grants them that preferential playoff access moving forward, athletic directors and other leagues are threatening to freeze Notre Dame out of future schedules.
In other sports, right?
No, I think this is just football.
Just football?
Yeah, because that's the sport where teams have to go out of their way to schedule Notre Dame, right? Because they don't have any conference tie. So they make their own schedule, and people just agree to play them every season. Now the talk is that these big conference teams are going to be like, dude, screw you. Like, we're not helping you out. Which I don't know if that's the right way to go about this, because the Notre Dame's just going to play 12 cupcakes. They're going to win all 12 of those games, and then they're still going to be in the playoff.
And your team is going to lose money. Your school's going to lose money by getting pummeled by Notre Dame.
Right. Well, the small schools will still play them, I think. Like, the G5 schools, I think, are like, all right, yeah, we'll take advantage of this. This is good pub for our teams, whatever. I think this is more the SEC and the Big Ten are like, dude, we're not doing anything to help you guys again.
And their rivalry with USC's come to an end. Is it this year or is next year? Does Notre Dame have to play USC again?
I know Lincoln Riley was trying to get out of that game. I don't know if it officially happened yet. But yeah, I know USC was trying to get rid of it. So I can't remember if anything's actually come down that says that game is not happening, or if it's just all hearsay to this point. But yeah, there you go. So that's the latest with Notre Dame, and there is your 2026 Texas Longhorns schedule. Again, some fun matchups, some fun road trips, some intriguing storylines for the Longhorns next year. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The coded text line, 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We'll shift gears here, talk a little bit more Michigan, and start to preview the upcoming football weekend and everything going on in the sports weekend. But before we get to any of that, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out to our good friends over at Tony C's Pizzas. Of course, awesome original coal-fired pizza, serving that New York-style pizza, and, of course, the great Italian food right from the cookbook of the Ciola family. Tony C's has been in the Bee Caves area for over 15 years. I love the pizza there. I love the great Italian food. I love you got to have a meatball sub from Tony C's, of course, and the great salads that they have. 2 for Tuesdays, 2 for the price of 1 pizzas. And, of course, Unwind Wednesdays. That's half-price bottles of wine. Locations at Highway 79 near the Del Diamond, right beside the Del Diamond. Of course, Anderson Lane and Bee Caves. Tony C's Pizzas. How about the pizza of the month? Chicken pesto pizza, just for you. I'm about the meatball sub, so that is what I love to do, and I love Tony C's Pizza for sure.
Yes, indeed. Shout out Tony C's. Also, shout out to McCall Custom Homes. Our guy Mike McCall, big TSU supporter, big Longhorn fan, and a great guy as well. And, well, what can he do for you? If you want to upgrade your home, maybe make that a New Year's resolution. Remodel that kitchen. You know you've been thinking about it for a while. Renovate that master bathroom. Maybe add some new life to your outdoor space. Whatever you want to do to elevate your home in the new year, McCall Custom Homes can make it happen for you. They are custom home builders, so if you want to start from scratch, they can take care of that too. They're also custom home renovators. It's a father-son team with more than 4 decades of combined experience, and all of that experience has happened in Central Texas, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. It's top quality. It's affordable prices. They're fully insured. They're A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau. We trust our homes to McCall Custom Homes. You should too. And right now they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. All you have to do is head over to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can reach out to our buddy Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580.
And of course, our friends at Relax the Back, they embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle. And of course, my back couldn't be happier. I'm sitting in my chair right now enjoying it. I will be doing that this weekend, watching some football. It is absolutely necessary for, if you've got a bad back, for you to get on over to one of their 2 locations and find either the chair, the recliner, the pillows, the beds that are going to help you with your back. This is a tough, stressful time for a lot of folks around the holidays. And if they've got an accessory that's going to make your shoulders, your neck and shoulders feel good, believe me, you want to do that. And especially if you've got somebody that's been complaining about lower back pain, you'll find out that if you're in the proper chair, it's going to make things an awful lot easier. You got a location at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, right across the street, folks, from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Love Relax the Back. Also love Altstadt Beer.
That you do love.
Come on. It's Friday. You can crack one open. I don't care that it's 7:37 in the morning. Get you a cold one in your hand.
That's right.
Start the weekend off the right way with an Altstadt Beer. Whatever you have going on, taking advantage of this gorgeous weather. Hey, maybe a trip down to the Altstadt Brewery in Fredericksburg. That'd be a lot of fun. You could do that if you're just staying at home, hanging out with friends and families. If you've got holiday parties coming up and you're looking for that last-minute gift or that last-minute thing to bring, Altstadt Beer. Get you a 6-pack. They also have those party packs, those 15 packs of Altstadt as well.
So the extra 3 for you? The extra 3 for you?
The extra 15 are for me. You get your own pack. I'm going to need that entire case to myself. Thank you very much. But love the Altstadt Beer. Of course, whatever you're doing, please remember to drink it responsibly. Plan a sober ride home. But love the Altstadt. They've got tons of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. And it's perfect for the holiday season, perfect for bowl season, perfect for anything you have going on in the month of December. It's the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets. All right, Buck, I'm going to throw it to you, sir. What do you want to get to next this morning?
What's Michigan going to do for a head coach? I mean, is this thing – I know this is early in the deal, but, boy, that's a good job. That is a
great
good job. I got to believe somebody – I got to believe they're going to go – they're not going with in-house. They're done with that. They're done with anybody who was involved with Chiron Moore, Harbaugh. They're done with all – they need kind of a clean slate. Do they wait, BK? I mean, everything's just about over with except for the transfer portal. I mean – What do they do? Do they wait for an NFL guy? They'd love to have that job, an assistant or offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator.
That's a great question. And, you talk about Michigan finally moving on from the cheating scandal. One of the Vegas favorites to get that job is Jesse Minter, who is an NFL coach now. He's the defensive coordinator for the Chargers, but he was the defensive coordinator on that Wolverines national championship team a couple of years ago. So, again, I don't know if there's actual interest there or if this is just Vegas they used to like Jesse Minter, and Minter's been there, and, hey, this is a cool opportunity for him to go be a head coach, so maybe he'd go back to college football to be a part of this. But I don't know. I think there's a chance. Michigan loves that national title. It's the only one they have for a long time, and they've been very protective of that national title, even though it feels like everybody else knows that they cheated their way to get it. But I think they really love that era, so I think they could go back to the well if Jesse Minter is interested. I think there would be some mutual interest there.
Yeah, I got a feeling it's going to be somebody from the NFL that's going to do that. There's nothing. Nobody's leaving their gigs that are head coaches anywhere. An assistant or a coordinator, I don't know if they'll take a chance on. I think they'd rather have a pro guy.
Yeah, and Brian Daboll is a name that was kind of mentioned with that Penn State opening for a while after he got fired by the Giants. I don't know if Brian Daboll has
calmed
any
down.
ties.
That talk about him, that's calmed down a little bit.
Well, no shit. Penn State hired a coach. Of course it's calmed down,
Yes,
Buck.
I mean that, but his deal with just coaching alone, maybe he's funny enough to go in the booth for a year.
I don't want to look at that guy. I know they're not on camera a ton, but, like, they're on camera. I don't really care to see Brian Daboll very much. I don't think he's got the most endearing made-for-TV personality either.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I'm good on that deal. But I don't know. Maybe he does sit a year out. Maybe he takes an offensive coordinator job for an NFL team. I think he'll have some options. I don't know if I'm Michigan, if he's the first call that I'm making. But he's a very good offensive mind. And obviously Michigan's got a really good quarterback with Bryce Underwood, who started every game as a freshman this year. I mean, I almost feel like that's priority number one for Michigan right now, is like, get a coach that is going to convince Bryce Underwood to stay. Because if he does stick around, you got a shot to be pretty good the next couple of years. And the turnaround won't have to be as extreme.
No, if you yes, you're right.
Yeah, you don't have to start from scratch, I guess, is
Plus you've already given that guy a lot of money.
Right, you've already given that guy a lot of money, and maybe you have to pay him even more to get him to stick around. No pun intended with Chiron Moore.
That's true.
Yeah, he already has, $10 million from that deal he signed in high school. And, remember, he was committed to LSU at one point and then flipped to Michigan when they came with that ginormous bag. I wonder if LSU would be interested.
They're not having to pay Chiron his 13. There's still some money in the bag somewhere. Maybe I can get a couple more million out of that. Yeah, that whole deal with Michigan sounds like they're going to get fleeced for a couple more million because they were stupid paying him that kind of money anyway. So it sounds like they're going to get he's going to get a couple more million in year number 2. I don't know how those contracts are signed. It seems like they're year to year kind of deal. So
yeah,
wow.
If I'm a Michigan player, not just Bryce Underwood, by the way, if I'm a Michigan player, I'm like, yeah, y'all better pay me, because I could go somewhere where this isn't a huge storyline and I don't have to deal with scandal. I could just go somewhere and play ball instead of having to answer questions about all this shit every time a microphone is put in front of my face.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be for those players. They're going to get stressed out because people are going to ask them questions. I mean, it's just, or you just say, I don't know anything about it except for what I heard in the paper. Can we move? Let's move on.
Yeah, I got.
They're college players and they like to talk. They like social media. So if they can get into media and somebody sticks that mic in their face, there are going to be some that are going to just keep talking just for the sake of talking.
Yeah, I'm just talking. F you, pay me. That's what I want.
Yeah, that's right.
If I'm Underwood, if I'm any Michigan player, I am using this whole situation as leverage to try to put a little bit more
Texas,
money.
I'm looking for some of those offensive linemen, a couple of those young dudes.
Oh, my God, of course. Yeah, again, I think every school is just like vultures right now around Ann Arbor.
There's no doubt.
Who can we pick at while Michigan is going through it? Apparently, Tommy Rees is getting an interview. Tommy Rees is currently the offensive coordinator of the Cleveland Browns, former Notre Dame quarterback, if that name rings a bell.
Yes.
So there you go. That's interesting. But that's the first name that's actually been linked to the job, I guess. But we'll wait and see. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they go with the NFL routes. Again, we talked about it yesterday. The Vegas favorite, I haven't checked this morning, but the Vegas favorite yesterday was Kalen DeBoer at Alabama. And that would be a home run hire for Michigan. I don't know if it's going to happen. Crazy to think a coach would leave Alabama for another college gig.
If he loses game 1, BK, is the headache worth it?
Right.
They're both high-profile jobs, but one is you're going to have some leeway with Michigan right now because of the scandals that they've had and the madness that's going on. So you're going to get a little bit of a grace period there, I got to believe.
Yeah,
to get
I think
Michigan back.
Yeah, Michigan was very loyal to Jim Harbaugh too, and I
Yes.
get it. Jim Harbaugh played at Michigan; he's beloved by that fan base. But there were some years. They were always good, but they could never get over the hump, right? They could never beat Ohio State. There was a time, I know recently it's been Ohio State has never been able to beat Michigan, but forever Michigan could never beat Ohio State.
Right.
They couldn't win the Big Ten. Harbaugh always lost those big games. Then Connor Stallions comes in, they start cheating, but obviously they got over the hump, so their loyalty was paid off with a national championship. So I wonder, like, if they brought in Kalen DeBoer, again, not a Michigan man, but I feel like they'd be pretty loyal to him and give him more time than he would get at Alabama.
Oh, there's no doubt he'd get more time. Plus, he's got that deal of getting the program, the kind of players that he wants, the kind of surrounding staff and everything else. He has to endear himself to the people and not to staff members. But I think he would, if he bolted. Don't be surprised. Now, don't be surprised if that dude bolts. It's not because it's a better job. It's just less heat right now.
Yeah,
because he'll get heat if he loses game 1 of the playoff. Heat's coming.
Yeah, he loses to Oklahoma again. I mean, that'd be 3 straight losses to Oklahoma in 2 years for Alabama.
The heat will be on next year in every game that he coaches. How about that?
Glenn Fry. Oh, it's gonna be a long off season for Kalen DeBoer.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's going to be a long offseason if they lose that first playoff game. I don't think Kalen DeBoer is going to leave. I just think coaches' egos are too big. Like, they all think that, I can win here. Like, I don't want to leave here. I can win here. I can make it work at Alabama, and making it work at Alabama is a big deal. I can be the guy to follow Nick Saban and win a national championship.
Well, I hope he thinks that way. I don't want to see him run, because if he did, it looked like he's running. I mean, he's running for his insanity, so he doesn't become insane, possibly. Yep. But it still seems like you're running. If you leave Alabama, you're running to me.
I hope he leaves, because Texas has to deal with Alabama in the SEC, and
you don't like playing games against him.
No, I want Alabama to be in a worse spot. And Kalen DeBoer has had Steve Sarkisian's number so far. Now, they haven't played since DeBoer was at Alabama, but I do think he is a very good coach. Now, Alabama would bring in another very good coach, you would think, but that would shake up what has already been the craziest coaching carousel of all time. Now, Michigan already needs a coach, and then you add Alabama on top of that. Every other vacancy.
They're talking about Dabo Swinney. If DeBoer's leave, would he come with Dabo Swinney? They don't want that old dude.
Dabo where?
Alabama.
No chance Alabama would hire Dabo Swinney.
That's what I'm thinking. That this time in his career.
No. Dude, I don't even know how many Power 4 programs would hire Dabo Swinney right now.
He's kind of a crusty old. He's kind of getting crusty.
Yeah, I mean, forget Alabama, like a blue blood like that. I'm talking like
he's an alum, right?
Dude, would Wake Forest hire Dabo Swinney right now? I don't know. Like, he's not adapting to the times. The game has passed him by, and I don't want a dinosaur coaching my college football team. So I don't know. There's no chance Alabama would make the call to Dabo Swinney. If 5 years ago, if Saban decided to retire 5 years ago, then Dabo would have been the first call, and he would have taken that job in a heartbeat.
Sure.
Now, that ship has long sailed, I think. So, I don't know. I don't know who else could be linked to that Michigan job. We found out more with Chiron Moore, again, expected to appear in court for an arraignment today, still in custody as a suspect in an alleged assault. We got a few more details, Buck. Police reports indicate that he broke into the home of Michigan staffer Paige Shiver, his executive assistant, and he broke in with a knife in hand. A female caller reported to a 911 dispatcher that Moore was armed with a knife and had been stalking her for months. According to police audio, male at the location is attacking her, said he's been stalking her for months. That's a voice you could hear recorded on the 911 call. The audio also indicated that Moore had threatened to harm himself during the alleged exchange, after which he fled on foot and was arrested at a nearby church. The dispatcher said the caller reported Moore had brandished a knife before throwing down the weapon and running away.
Still got wheels, huh? Got those wheels running down the street to the church, to the nearest church?
Yeah, I can't imagine Paige, who was fearing for her life, wanted to chase the guy who was trying to kill her. Feels like a bad bit. Like, you convince the guy to, drop the weapon and go away and leave your home. I don't think you're going to, wait, no, actually, let's talk this out. No, I think you're, hiding in the closet waiting for the cops to show.
That dude was threatening her about keeping her mouth shut and doing this. That one, you can't hide that one.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the threats were. I mean, he was in a bad spot, clearly. He was threatening to kill her and kill himself. Like, I mean, keep your mouth shut. Like, what do you mean keep your mouth? The story was already out. He'd already gotten fired for this. So I don't know if she squealed. I don't know exactly how people found out. I think Michigan has known about this for months, and they just didn't want to do this.
Somebody said that they knew it since OU.
Yeah, there are reports that they've known about this since the OU game, which was, the second week of the season, back in September, and they just didn't want to make a move mid-season to upset the apple cart.
Like you said, they were all the ammunition they could get.
Yeah, and they wanted to wait for signing day so they didn't lose their signing class this year. So, yeah, they've known about this for a while, I think. But, I don't think they knew Chiron Moore was going to act like that after they arrested him.
Wow.
What a mess that is. And, of course, all of his dirty laundry, Don Henley, is now getting aired out right now. And some OnlyFans model came out and said that he was DMing her at halftime of the Ohio State game a couple weeks ago.
Come on, man.
I don't know if I buy that. Maybe it's the OnlyFans model looking for clout. But everyone's, looking at his social media accounts now. And you can't see who he messages. That's all, personal. But you can see who he follows, and apparently he follows a bunch of OnlyFans models and porn stars and just really attractive women, which there's no harm in that, obviously. But when you're accused of doing what you're doing, and everyone already thinks you're going out and sleeping around, that doesn't help your case very much.
Now, is this was a staff member? This is not a student on campus or anything. This is a staffer that belongs to his assistant.
Yeah, an executive assistant with the Michigan football program. Not a student at the school, which I guess makes it a little better, but somebody on his staff. So big HR violations there. And then again, he obviously is married to another woman
with 3 children.
3 children with, yeah. And here is Paige Shiver. I feel okay showing this picture now that we know that this is her involved in the story. She is the executive assistant in question here. Buck, would you throw your career and life away for this?
No.
I don't know if there's really anybody I would pull up on screen where the answer should be yes.
No, these are all no's.
But I think this one would be a no.
Because he's talking about a career. And I mean, that's a 20-some-year-old girl right there. That dude's almost 40.
That dude, yeah, he's 39.
It may be good, but it ain't that good.
No. And you shouldn't be cheating on your wife regardless. But really, don't do it at work.
Good Lord.
You're gonna get caught if you're doing it at work, and also if you impregnate her, which I don't know if that's been confirmed, but those are all of the rumors out there. Is that she got pregnant from him? Be a little smarter with that one, Chiron.
No, dude, that right there is. No, go find yourself an ugly assistant too.
Why would you? Oh, yeah. So you're not gonna sleep with her? I was like, why would you choose to sleep? This girl's not ugly.
I'm gonna go over and look and say, hey, do me a favor, go find me one that's not like this one. She's too cute.
She's too cute. I'm sure he handpicked her.
Hey, no temptations. I'll let somebody else pick her. I'll let my wife pick her.
Hey, why don't you just pick a dude then?
There you go. Pick some dude.
Yeah, so you're not worried about it if you don't swing that way.
Pick Brian Dayball to be your assistant.
Yeah, you ain't sleeping with that guy. That's, don't have to worry about that at all. So that was Paige Shiver. Here is the woman that Bobby Petrino ruined his career with during his first stint at Arkansas in the motorcycle accident that everybody knows. Again,
I don't know why I've had to think about that, why that made me hesitate for a second. It's still no.
Yeah, Jessica Dorrell, who Bobby Petrino had the affair with back in 2012, and she was on the staff for Arkansas. She's a former Arkansas volleyball player, by the way. Petrino waited until that was done and then hired her on his staff and then hired her for a few other things, it sounds like, too.
Yeah, it's just you work too hard to get to those spots,
Yeah, just throw it away for
oh my God,
a couple of snow bunnies.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so that's the latest with Michigan. Again, we'll find out more in terms of the legal courts today.
Oh, dude, they're about to drag that dude. He's about to get dragged through the mud.
Yeah,
and
they
more.
already are. They already are.
And
I mean,
more.
the internet does it first. You know, Michigan can just look at Twitter right now, and they can get plenty of evidence that they want if Chiron Moore tries to sue the school to get some of his buyout money.
Yeah, everybody knows about this guy now.
Yeah.
Even people that don't know
Dollars.
him, even people that don't know him have things to say.
On Chiron Moore, back in 2017, he tweeted out that he was going to a Diddy party.
What?
This is obviously before the Diddy stuff came out, but yeah, he said he was going to the Kentucky Derby. He tweeted that he's going to the Kentucky Derby, and he said there's a party hosted by Diddy tonight to kick it off. So now everyone's finding that tweet from 7 years ago. It was 2018, I beg your pardon. They're finding that tweet from 7 years ago to talk about this guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where he just hurt himself he's gonna I gotta let him know that I do have some socks for the homeless and $5 inside the socks. So he may need that soon.
Like a crusty sock? Is that what you're saying?
No, my socks. You know, I do the socks for the homeless. I go by, and even the ones with the witty signs, I lean out the door and say, hey, here's a pair of nice clean socks for you for the winter. There's $5 in it. You think he'll be accepting my socks? He may be accepting them. You know, the guy on the bench won't accept them.
He don't want your crusty socks, dude.
They're brand new, dude.
Oh, these aren't the used ones that you.
Oh, I don't do used socks. I go get brand new socks.
I heard you give the crusty sock to that McDonald's lady.
No, not even her. I would give her a fresh pair of socks.
There you
That's
go.
the least I can do even the witty sign people. I give those to, BK.
No, and you hate the witty signs.
Huh?
You hate the witty signs.
I know, but I'll give them. They don't turn anything down. You know, and that $5 I can maybe get some smokes, maybe, 32 ounce, whatever they're going to get it. But they're only going to get $5.
Yeah, you can't get a pack of smokes for $5 these days, unfortunately.
I know.
Maybe you can get some Swisher Sweets at that price.
I saw a guy at your 7-Eleven picking up some Swisher Sweets. He had that thing. He couldn't wait to light that sucker up. I'm like, wow.
No way he's smoking those. He's using those for blunts. There's no
That's
way.
What I thought. Is he packing those? Is that what he's doing?
There's no way people still smoke Swisher Sweets
I
just
saw
by
the
themselves.
guy right there at the counter.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Are they still 2 for 99 cents? There's no way they're still 2 for 99 cents in this economy, right?
Hey, ask some of the Texans. They would know. Believe me, if there's anybody that knows, it's these people.
You think those people are ripping Swisher Sweets wherever they go?
Every once in a while, yeah.
Get you them Swishers. Yeah, it's been a long time since I have purchased.
I've never had one of those.
God, I think I had them once in high school.
And that was enough.
I was buying them to use for other purposes.
Yes.
And I was like, yeah, I'm not much of a huge tobacco guy. I'll hit a cigar every once in a while, but yeah, I was like, I don't want any part of these. Thanks. I'm good.
Yeah, it sounds like your guy Moore is a little bit of a sex addict, possibly.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or he's just a normal guy. He's just a normal dude. He's just a dude being a dude.
Right. Just guys being dudes, man.
And not worried about consequences.
Again, like he is not the first and he will not be the last person to have an affair. It happens all the time in this world. He's just high profile, so we're all finding out about it. But it happens all the time. Remember that Coldplay concert video?
They're still talking about that, how those people are.
Yeah, that went viral earlier this year. That was also in the workplace, right? 2 people who work together. I think both married. They were caught on camera like dancing with each other at a Coldplay concert. Went viral. And they're not as high profile as Chiron Moore, but because it went public, everybody knows who they are. Everybody knows about that story. And, it happens all the time. So I'm not going to call him a sex addict. I'm just going to call him an idiot.
Yeah, I'm more in the idiot part.
Yeah, and we'll look. I mean, look at Bobby Petrino. Bobby Petrino was the head coach at Arkansas this year, right? Interim basis, but like he was able to turn his career around. Took a while because that incident happened over a decade ago, but he was able to work his way back up. Got some smaller coaching jobs. Got a head coaching job at a smaller school, and then ended up getting OC jobs at Arkansas, and then became the interim head coach. So like, I don't think Chiron Moore's career is done if he figures this out. If he's apologetic, if he admits to his mistakes, if he cleans it up. Now, his marriage might be done. His family life might be done.
I'm pretty sure that's done.
He might not be able to see his kids again, so that sucks. He might have cost himself there. But we literally just saw it with Bobby Petrino, that you can – it might take a while, that you can overcome something like this.
Yeah, he's only 39. He'll be back. Only 39. He'll be back when he's 50.
Right. Yeah, maybe it'll take that long. And look, some schools are like, I'm not going to touch this guy, but it's come on, it's sports. We have overlooked a lot worse than what Chiron Moore did for players and coaches if they're good at their jobs. So
he wasn't good. He wasn't good enough at his.
That helped get rid of him, I think. He was 9-3 this year with a true freshman quarterback at Michigan.
He lost to Ohio State, though.
Yeah, well, he did somehow beat them last year. It's like a 3-touchdown dog on the road. So, look, I don't think Chiron Moore's like an elite coach. No. I do think if he was, maybe Michigan.
I think more than anything, I think they were looking for that not to be a long-term deal anyway.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think they were looking for a way to potentially move on and bring somebody else in. And boom, they got their excuse.
Well, they got their wish. Yeah, you moved yourself along right there.
Yeah, 100%. Made it very easy to fire him. And if all this stuff is true, very easy to fire him with cause. So that $13 million will stay in Michigan's pockets, which they love that.
Absolutely.
All right, so there you go. There's the latest with Michigan. Again, we will see what happens. By the way, I mean, it's obviously a big storyline for anybody, but it affects Texas because Michigan's next game is against Texas. They're going to play that game. Like, by all accounts, Michigan is not going to opt out of the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. Right after the Chiron Moore firing came out, they announced an interim head coach. I think if they weren't going to play in the game, they would have been like, we're done. We're focused on next year. Sorry, sure. Texas. We just have to worry about ourselves right now and look in the mirror. But
I think they should cancel and let Notre Dame come and play instead.
Well, Notre Dame's not going to do that. They're too scared.
That's what I mean, yes.
The real reason Notre Dame's not playing in the bowl game is not they're trying to prove a point. It's, oh, no, we'd have to play against a good team, and we don't really beat good teams. So
yes.
we don't want to ruin our reputation or anything. So
yeah, I agree.
Notre Dame would not do that. It'd be fun if Notre Dame and Texas were playing each other. But, yeah, I mean, the Michigan game is going to go on as scheduled. And Biff Poggi, who coached a couple of games earlier this year when Chiron Moore was serving a suspension for something else, he will be the coach there. But, obviously he's not going to be the full-time guy, so that will continue to be something that everybody in the college football world is monitoring over these next few weeks.
Boy, that job right there, I mean, that job will make you leave a lot of jobs too.
Yeah, for sure. Problem is, I mean, they're very late to the party, and most of the big-name candidates have already taken jobs somewhere else. So it's Michigan. They'll find somebody good, you would think. You're right. They can't convince a good coach who's already pretty established somewhere else to take their job. But a lot of the big names have already switched this year.
Yeah, and if Alabama's coach ever left, Lane Kiffin would leave LSU tomorrow morning. You know that.
Yeah, that would be the funniest thing ever. I think that's the real reason.
Would that not be funny?
That's the real reason why I want Alabama to open and DeBoer to take Michigan. So Lane, Lane has to decide.
He would leave LSU so quick to get there.
You think so?
Yeah, that would be too much.
Could you imagine, dude?
No.
If he did that twice.
I'd like to imagine that.
Same offseason, he does that twice to two fan bases.
He could do it. It won't bother him.
If anybody could, it'd be him. Oh, yeah, no, it wouldn't bother him. I mean, that guy is like Aaron Rodgers. That guy loves being talked about.
There's nothing that he does that he doesn't have a good night's sleep on.
No, and he's also doing hot yoga with all these hot college chicks every day, so that helps. He's not married anymore, so he's allowed to do that.
Yes.
I don't think he's sleeping with any staffers, by the way.
It's just that his ex-wife gets to go with him wherever he goes.
His ex-wife gets to take advantage of the perks.
Yes.
That Lane Kiffin gets. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We'll get back into this craziness in college football. The Chiron Moore story continues to have more twists and turns. We'll talk about that. We've got a huge Texas basketball game to get into, some other Longhorn storylines, and I want to get into maybe some coaching changes, some other coaching changes that could be happening on Steve Sarkisian's staff. But before we shift gears and get to hour 2, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, please contact our friends and experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Christopher Daney, love that dude, and Dr. Christopher Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. More information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Love Texas Orthopedics. And now a word from our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
And of course, our good friends over at Daymaker's Half Day Cafe, right beside Salt Traders here on Mopac, is absolutely fantastic. Open from 7 a.m. till 3. And folks, they do not serve dinner. So if you want your brunch and your lunch, you can pick that up there. And they've got magnificent food. They got a big, huge bar right there that you can sit. And also the tables used to be the old IHOP. So there's plenty of tables inside of Daymakers. And they are doing great, BK. They've had a fantastic 2025. And who knows, one of those little cafes may open up somewhere in your neighborhood soon. I guarantee you for sure.
Oh.
That's probably going to happen. That's part of the Jack Gilmore and, Salt Trader, Jack Allen places. So you'll see a couple more of those bad boys pop up. But you can get everything that you want. Plus, if you need to get yourself a cocktail early in the morning, they do offer those for you too. Margaritas, I'm guarantee they have Altstadt Beer there too. There's a place that serves it. They have it at Daymaker's Half Day Cafe. Buck's going to get over, and that's what he's going to do his chicken and waffle deal eventually. Haven't done it yet. In the new year, 2026. I'm waiting until the new year.
That's your New Year's resolution?
Yes, I've never had that before, so I've got to do that and see what it tastes like.
Most
I've
people's
had
New Year's
chicken,
resolution.
I've had waffles, but
Yeah.
I don't eat waffles. Waffles is not a thing. I just got back into eating pancakes because, the big man, sorry about that, Jay. The big man has to get a little bit bigger, and pancakes I've been doing. I generally will have one big round pancake the size of the plate.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do stacks.
Too much food?
Yes, it ends up being too much food. I get backed up a little on that. So I've never been a waffle guy. I've never been Lego Eggo guy or whatever that stuff was.
Lego my ego?
Yeah, I've never been that. I've been a Pop-Tart guy though.
There you go. Well, hold on here. Let me go back for a second. You can't call yourself the big man if you can't house 2 pancakes. I mean, that's a short stack. You can't even get a short stack of pancakes down?
Wouldn't be able to finish them. I couldn't finish them because I got to have some sausage with them. The flat sausage, you got to have that. I don't need to have eggs with them, but I get a little fruit on the side there. But I can't do 2. I can't do 2. I can't eat 2 of those.
That's sorry. So your pancakes over waffles. You don't like fried chicken, though, very much, do you?
No, I don't touch fried chicken.
Okay, you like it, but you just have to fork and knife it.
Yeah, you can do that. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, that's good. That's the beauty of the chicken and waffles, because you're already forking and knifing the waffles, so you already have those utensils in hand, so you might like that.
The only place I look stupid at is if I'm in a wing place and I get wings and I'm there with a fork and a knife trying to wing it.
No way.
Because I don't want it on my fingers. Yes.
Oh, my God. You just avoid the wing place if you're going to do that, dude.
I have. That's the only reason why I don't. Because I've been there. I've been at Pluckers with the wings and a tissue in my hand and the wings. I didn't want to get that. I didn't want to get the stuff on my hands. Sorry.
Dude, that should be a jailable offense. If you're forking and knifing chicken wings.
Yeah, it just, I feel odd. People are looking like, he's not really doing this, is he? Oh. Yes, I'm not touching that little chicken leg with my hands. And that greasy, nasty wing stuff. No, I'm not doing that.
If I saw somebody doing that, I would think they lost a bet and like someone was filming them, making fun of them. Like, you can't do that, man. That is brutal.
I don't ever go to like wing places. I don't say like, oh, this is a great wing place. Let's go here. No.
Oh, man. Love wings. Love fried chicken. It's my favorite food group in the world. No question. No question. I love that your New Year's resolution is try chicken and waffles. Like for most people, it'll be, I don't know, get healthier, hit the gym more, you know, I don't know, be a better husband, better father, Chiron Moore, or something like that. And yours is, yeah, try chicken and waffles for the first time.
And always to be healthy as I can be. Once again, I'm now the grandfather of 7, and I know who their parents are, so I got to stay healthy to be around because I know who the kids' parents are.
There you go.
I know them well, so they need help.
All the help that they
all the help they can get. Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Love Daymaker Half Day Cafe. What a spot. Fantastic plays. Real quick shout out to the Hecht Law Firm. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. Look, I hope you never need Hurricane Hecht, but if you get in a car wreck, if you get injured on the job and you need a personal injury attorney, he is the guy that you should call because he is going to be there for you every step of the way. You call those jabronis you see on TVs, the ones you see on the billboards driving around town, they're not actually working. They're too busy filming commercials and being weird. Hurricane Hecht is the guy who's going to be in the courtroom fighting to get you every dollar that you deserve. He's been a personal friend of mine for over a decade. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade. He's a fellow Longhorn, fellow Texan, a great guy. He's friendly to you, compassionate with clients, but a junkyard dog in the courtroom. And the best part, you don't pay unless he wins your case. His number, if you ever need it, 512-938-8929. You can find out more at hechtlawfirm.com.
Of course, our friends over at Sue Patrick. I was there yesterday looking at that incredible selection of Longhorn apparel. And my wife doesn't know, but I did get myself something. I got this. How about this? I love this.
That's a great hat. The Angry Bevo right there.
Oh, yeah. All kinds of jelly cats over there. Jay was trying to put my arms filled with jelly cats. I did get that Tyler Campbell. I did get that Tyler Perry, whatever, that washing powder. They have little pack things where you can put the little packets. Either pour them in to the wash, BK, or you can slightly open them up and put them in drawers. They make your house smell good. Because my wife always tells me how the house stinks when she leaves and comes back. I have a smelly house, so I went and got those. And so I opened up a couple. I said, this does smell good. Let me put this in one of these drawers. I said, do you think it smells bad when you come back? Because when I put the trash in the trash bin there, I forget to close the door all the way shut. I think that could be it. I said, maybe that's what the smell is. I said, well, let's find something to put in there. But I got everything I needed at Sue Patrick. I went in, got some T-shirts, got some more items for my grandkids because it wasn't about me. It was about them because it's the holiday season, and it's always about the kids during the holiday season. But they had plenty of parking spaces. Now, it was kind of packed. It was packed. It was getting packed in that parking area. People were probably going over to the diner over there because the chef decided to come in. But at Jay's, at Sue Patrick, it was wonderful. The luggage is there. Folks, orders $59 or more online, free delivery, free pickup. And as I said, plenty of parking spaces right there at 5222 Burner Road. Go by and say hello to the folks at Sue Patrick. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com. We may be there before Christmas.
We will be there before Christmas for sure. And I haven't talked to Jay about this, but I feel good saying this. If you buy something online right now, it'll get to your door by Christmas. Like, no questions asked. Yeah. So if you don't want to deal with the traffic, you just want to shop online, SuePatrick.com. They will make sure it's at your place by Christmas. Jay's
and with the new volleyball facility, Jay not only expects to have, a 4-seat area, but also parking available for him.
Yeah, there you go. Of course. Wow. Yeah, he needs his own personal garage, not just his own spot. He's got to have his own full garage.
Yeah, it's all going to happen for him.
Hey, speaking of Texas volleyball, the Longhorns in action later this morning. I've been wrong. I've been saying 12 o'clock. I guess I looked at the Eastern time. It's actually 11 a.m. Central time. Texas will play its Sweet 16 volleyball match against Indiana at Gregory Gym here in Austin. I'm sure it'll be a packed house. Look, nobody works in Austin on Fridays anyways, so
no,
not too big of a deal. Just kind of annoying if you were hoping to, watch something at home on TV. But today, 11 a.m. on ESPN. That's why it's a nationally televised game. So you don't have to search too hard to find it. The 1 seed in the Austin Regional, your Texas Longhorns will take on the 4 seed Indiana. And if the Longhorns win, they will move on to the Elite Eight. Well, they will get the winner of Stanford and Wisconsin. That game would be on Sunday, should it happen. But Texas 2 wins away from another Final Four for Jared Elliott. Of course, the Longhorns have won 2 of the last 3 national championships in women's college volleyball, and they are, 4 wins away from bringing home another title to Austin. So best of luck to Jared Elliott. I will be watching that game. I highly encourage you. I mean, the NCAA volleyball tournament's fun. Like, I watch matches that aren't just Texas because the level of competition and the level of skill is ridiculously good. But obviously, if you're looking for something to do, you don't want to work today, maybe you're at work, just pull up the match on your phone and or on your computer and tune in, support the Longhorns. Hell of a team. And, again, hopefully they can make another run at a Final Four. Speaking of big games for Texas, Buck, how about tonight for the Texas men's basketball team? The Longhorns, also a nationally televised game, on the road against number 5 Yukon.
Why do I smell a beat down?
Well, the Vegas line is Yukon minus 12.5, so that's probably why. You've watched this Texas team play this year, and they couldn't defend you or me in a phone booth.
Yeah, I was going to say, boy, the Yukon's pretty long. That one dude is still playing at Yukon. Their forward.
Yes.
What's that? What's his name?
What's he look like?
He looks a little like you.
So he's white?
Yeah.
Caravan? You talking about Caravan?
I don't know if that makes him white. That may make it could be Asian. Who knows?
He is white. I don't know if his name makes him anything. I think the fact that he is white makes him white.
It makes him white because he's white. That makes him white.
Yes.
That guy seems like he's been there for like 7 or 8 years.
Caravan is still there. Yeah, I think he was a part. I know he was a part of one of their title teams. I think he might have been a part of both.
2.
Yeah, and like Texas volleyball, Yukon has won 2 of the last 3 championships in men's basketball. They're really good. They're ranked number 5 in the country. They're 9-1. They're coming off a win over last year's defending champs, Florida.
That guy just doesn't want to go pro. He doesn't want to go pro. He wants to stay on campus. He's got a good thing on campus there.
Yeah, I don't think Caravan. I mean, he could play professional somewhere. Maybe he'll get an opportunity on some NBA teams. But, I mean, UConn's got to be fun. He wins a lot of games. I'm sure he gets taken care of from an NIL standpoint. And he's clearly not a one-and-done type of talent who just, oh, my God, you got to go pro as soon as you can. He's doing the right thing, taking that victory lap in college,
Hanging out on a college campus there, Chiron?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it yesterday. Like, you would have played a 5th or 6th year of college football if you could.
I did play 5.
You would have played a 7th if you could. And I would still be in college if I could. You would
still be in college today.
Oh, my God, 100%. 100%. I would have never left. Spicoli.
Oh.
That would have been me right there. By the way, so I looked at the Texas Yukon line like yesterday in the middle of the day, and I wrote it down. The line is up to 14.5 right now. So that is why you smell a beatdown right there. UConn's very good. They've got some really impressive wins already this season. They beat Kansas in Allen Fieldhouse a couple of weeks ago. That is not easy to do. Mentioned they beat Florida earlier this week. They beat a very talented BYU team. They beat a very talented Illinois team. So they are battle-tested, and they have won most of those battles this year. Meanwhile, Texas played Duke, who's on the same level of UConn. That game was close for a half. The Longhorns actually led at halftime in the season opener. But they, I think they're 1-3 against like major conference teams. And Arizona State and Virginia and NC State are not on the level of this Huskies squad.
No.
So, 7 o'clock on Fox, Buck. Big game. Fox does their Friday night hoops bit. So it's Fox, Big Fox, not FS1, Big Fox tonight. You hope Texas can show up. This is really the Longhorns' last big non-conference game. They'll play 2 more non-con games before SEC play starts in early January, but the other 2 are against Directional U. So this is like their last chance to get a massive, big non-conference win. 3rd straight year these teams have played. Last year, Yukon won in Austin 76-65. They met at Madison Square Garden 2 seasons ago. Yukon 8-3 all-time against Texas. The Huskies are 30-4 at home since 2021.
Wow.
So Sean Miller has a lot of experience coaching against Hurley because of his days at Xavier. But, yeah, I don't think Texas has much of a chance. I hope they don't get blown out, Buck. Of course, I would love for them to win. I don't think there's any chance they get a win tonight.
No, I don't think they can win.
I just hope it's at least a little respectable this evening because UConn with Caravan and Solo Ball and some of their other studs that they have, this kid Reed and DeMary Jr., they're a problem. That's a team that's got a shot to make another run at a national championship. And Texas, we're trying to see if Texas can make the tournament in Sean Miller's first season.
That's exactly right. That's what you're trying to do. You're not hoping for miracles. You just want your basketball team to get better as the season goes on. And it's kind of an early tester, but it's out of conference. Who cares? Just go and play as hard as you can play. You'll find out. He'll play a lot of people. A lot of people will get to play.
Can I hope for a miracle? Am I allowed to do that?
No.
I can't even do that.
No, Santa. No Hallmark greeting card. You can't hope. There's no reason to waste your miracle. Use your miracle on something that could possibly happen.
Come on, give me a happy ending for this Texas basketball game tonight. Put it on the Hallmark channel. Let's go.
If they stay within double digits, if they can get under double digits, how's that?
I would take that tonight. I mean,
a moral victory would be nice. We get those in basketball. We get moral victories in basketball. You don't want to get an assing by 30 on the road to Yukon, do you?
Right. You're talking about your NCAA tournament resume, and again, for a lot of you don't care about college basketball yet, but look, obviously you get a win over UConn. That's huge for the resume. If you can keep it close, at least make it interesting, then maybe that helps. But
you hang in there and you lose by 8 to 10 points. That still looks good if you have a decent year.
I think.
But once again, the conference that you're in, maybe are we thinking the SEC is still the best conference in basketball like it was last year? Not this year, though, right?
It's hard to tell. I mean, it hasn't been so far. I think the Big 12 has been the best conference in college basketball, which is what it was for years.
Sure.
While Texas was in it, and it kind of switched over last year with the SEC getting a record number of teams into the NCAA tournament. I think the Big 12 is probably the best right now, but, I mean, the SEC is still very, very good. And there's a lot of teams that are just good. There might not be a ton of elite teams this year, but there are a lot of teams that are good, and there's not going to be a whole lot of easy wins once you get to conference play in 26. So we'll see. But, Texas at UConn tonight. It's a standalone matchup in college basketball, 7 o'clock. You got a high school game?
My high school game's tomorrow in Aldine playing North Shore. Hello.
Oh, boy.
Hello, semifinals.
Best of luck to all of the area high school teams that are still around. I know there's been some games already this week, and there will obviously be more tonight and tomorrow. So good luck to Lake Travis, Vandergrift, and Llano, I think, are the 3 Central Texas schools still alive.
Lake Travis 1 win away from going up to Jerry World again.
You think Lake Travis has a chance tomorrow?
I do. They've got really – the defense is, they got 2 guys on the outside, 2 defensive ends. One's going to Kentucky, the other's going to TCU. Big kids, strong kids, hard to block one-on-one. And they've done such a fantastic job in the middle. This time of the year, this is where when they get separated, the teams generally have a dynamic running back, against them. And they've been really good against the run this year. They got a lefty quarterback, big tall kid that can throw it a mile. Every once in a while, we'll try to throw it through somebody, right through them. But offensively, the running back I think he's pretty good. That would be one of my walk-on guys locally if I had to find another running back. He's just got that. He's 208, 210, really great hands, comes out of the backfield, makes catches, but really can make you miss and finishes strong. Only going to get better as his years go by. So he was going to go to Princeton and didn't do it on signing day. So his recruitment's still open.
Keeping his options open?
Yeah, keeping his options open. Obviously, he's a good student. can get into Princeton. So places like Rice, things like that. But honestly, BK, if I was coaching him, he'd be a guy that I could make him one of those third down guys that I said, you go beat that linebacker, fall down, catch the ball and fall down. He'd be my guy. He'd be awesome.
You think he's that good to do that at Texas?
I just think I think the right offense, and he's got the skill level. He can jump. Like I said, he runs down the middle of the field, catches passes low, high. I just like the way he finishes when he runs. I like his running style.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, Texas went local with Jet Walker out of Georgetown. They signed him last Wednesday on National Signing Day. Pretty late offer there. That guy put up some great numbers for Georgetown over the course of his career.
If you get, like I said, you can't let any of the local kids that you're saying, oh, can he play at this level? Should be at Texas State or UTSA. No. You can. There's certain things. There's certain skill sets that you can use. A third down guy, you know what I mean? That just does some little things that you want to have done. I think that's part of coaching. You got to be able to coach too. They can't all have all the talent. You got to be able to coach them to do certain things. So I just say I look at him and I'll see how he does tomorrow because he's going to be playing against the big boys.
Yeah, I think that's probably why he didn't sign on signing day. Like he knows if Lake Travis goes on a bit of a playoff run here and he starts putting up good numbers against really good teams that have a lot of college players on them.
Oh, he's got crazy numbers. He's got like 26 touchdowns. I mean, he's got some ridiculous touchdowns.
Well, it's different to do that against North Shore than Austin High. No offense, Maroons.
That's yes. Sorry about that, Maroons.
I love you guys. I called your games for a couple of years. I'm loyal forever to Austin High. But
there you go.
Austin High hasn't been this deep in the playoffs maybe ever. Like the North Shore's here every single year, and they're sending players to Power 4 schools every season. So
I think is Vandergrift still playing?
Yeah, they beat the Drip last week. They're still in.
Right.
They're still in. So, best of luck to all of the area schools, and pretty cool that we still have 3 this deep into the Texas high school playoff season. And I can't remember who Vandergrift plays. Somebody will. Oh, they got Duncanville, don't they?
Ooh.
Am I making that up? I don't know. Someone will let me know. Someone will let us know.
Well, you get to the semifinals. It's going to be one of those teams. It's
it's usually how it works.
Duncanvilles, they generally show up around now.
Yeah. They're always there. They are always there. So there you go. A little high school football conversation, and safe travels to you making your way to Aldine tomorrow for.
I have no Aldine on the other side of Houston or our side of Houston.
It is. I actually don't even know off the top of my head. I think it's north. Yeah, it's north, so it's closer to Austin.
Okay.
Yeah. So you don't have to drive through Houston, at least, to get there.
Oh, can you imagine that on a Saturday? The game's at 3. The shopping that's going on in Houston right now, the roads.
Yeah. I was doing some driving yesterday, and I could tell you I do not miss living here.
Just horrible.
The traffic in Austin is not good at all.
But we complain way too much about it compared to this, other cities. I mean, we're the 11th largest city, almost number 10 in the nation, but we complain like we're New York City. Like, how do we get around here? It's impossible,
Right. And look, Austin doesn't have enough roads to deal with all of the population growth that they've had. I think everybody can agree on that. But, I mean, Houston has like 6, 7-lane highways that are just jam-packed nonstop. And it also, like, the beauty of Austin compared to – and look, if you live way out in the burbs, I guess you don't deal with this. But, like, Austin's a lot smaller in terms of area than Houston is. So, there's not as much space as you have to travel. So if you're sitting in traffic, it sucks, but you're not in it as long as you are in Houston when you have to drive a lot further of a distance and you're stuck in traffic.
Yeah, so that's the traffic and the parking facilities here to go to downtown and do anything are ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's why they need to go ahead and make the north part of this town the second, like they have Houston, looks like 2 different cities. In Houston, 2 different downtowns that they need to make the north side of this place the same thing. Where they have the free parking up there anyway.
Turn the Domain into downtown.
Oh, yeah, another downtown. Sounds like they have the land. It sounds like that's going to be a part of the deal here over the next couple of years.
There you go. All the construction will be good for something, maybe.
Oh.
Maybe. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line, 512-222-9328. We'll dive back into the Texas football conversation. I want to ask the Buck about some potential changes that he would make if he's in charge of the Texas coaching staff. We'll also get the Buck's Gold Star locks of the week. It's Army-Navy week. Not a ton of college football this weekend, but obviously a full slate of NFL action coming up on Sunday. So we'll get the Buck's thoughts on those games. But before anything else, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends at Woods Comfort Systems, for close to 70 years in Central Texas, they've been doing it like nobody else does it when it comes to heating, plumbing. Now they do plumbing also, folks. So if you're having problems with your plumbing at your home and you don't want to just call on anybody to come to do plumbing, for sure, Woods Comfort Systems, I guarantee you do a fantastic job, because when it comes to heating and air conditioning, nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems. Close to 70 years in Central Texas. They are the very best.
Yes, they are. WoodsComfortSystems.com for more info, or you could give them a call, 512-842-5066. And speaking of the very best, audio-visual consultations. They haven't been around quite as long as Woods Comfort Systems, but they have been around since 1988, coming up on 4 decades of hooking up Central Texans with the best in TVs, surround sound, whole home lighting, surveillance, all of that stuff. You want to make your home more badass? That's a New Year's resolution for you, or a great holiday gift for you and the entire family. Make the call to audiovisual consultations, and they will make your TV dreams a reality. I'm at my parents' place. They've got the hookup from AV Consultations, 95-inch screen in the living room. I think my parents have like a 75-inch TV in their room. They didn't mess around. They've got the Sonos surround sound bars. I mean, it's incredible, the type of equipment and the work that audiovisual consultations can do for you. Don't travel anymore. Make your home the place to be for friends and family during the holidays and throughout the year. Again, TVs, surround sound speakers, whole home lighting, surveillance cameras to keep your loved ones safe, heated floors for your bathrooms. They can put a freaking golf simulator in your house if you want.
Nice.
All you have to do is give them a call, 512-255-8678, or you can find out more info at avconsultations.com.
Boy, that sounds great. Simulator.
Golf simulator.
That's nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, you got the putting green at your place, but you got to get the full simi at some point.
Yeah, the simi's the deal you put in the garage, right?
You can put it anywhere.
As long as you can get a swing in there.
As long as you can get a full swing in there, yeah.
Yeah.
You can put it in that room where you're in right now. Just move the couch, put the simi in there, boom.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got it. But McCall's done such a good job for me. You know, I got the netting by the, when they put in the putting green, he also put this about 12-foot net that I can hit. I mean, I can hit full shots into the net. And not only does that, but Mike McCall has it so that when the ball hits the net, it doesn't go to the ground. There's a netting down below that I can go. It's waist high, BK. I just go like this. I don't even have to bend all the way down.
That's nice. Why are you pitting our sponsors against each other here?
I love the other stuff that they do. Mike and Tom are fantastic. They just do more than just what their job says it is. You know what I mean? It's not just about TVs, it's other things. Heated floors. Come on.
Big time. Yeah, they're not messing around at AV Consultations. Love them. Also love SendTexTickets.com. Speaking of great holiday gifts, how about tickets to a sporting event, to a concert, to a comedy show, festival, Broadway show, whatever. SendTex Tickets has you covered. Don't forget to use the promo code SendTex10 at checkout. You'll get 10% off of any ticket purchase from SendTexTickets.com. All right, Buck. We saw earlier this week that Texas had decided to part ways with their running backs coach, Chad Scott. Still nothing yet in terms of a hire. It's all speculation on who Texas is considering right now. I think we'll have to wait maybe a couple of weeks before we get a final answer on who is going to replace Chad Scott there. But to this point, that is the only staff change that Steve Sarkisian has made. I'll ask you, if you were Steve Sarkisian and you had the power to remove another assistant after this year didn't go the way that you had planned, who were the guys that you are moving on from?
Well, I mean, I think you got the one that you needed to. I mean, plus he didn't come in with you. He's only there a year. I mean, not everything's to blame on him, but I'm pretty sure he's having some talks with his offensive line coach about the way he wants things run from this point on. They've been with each other for a long time, but those discussions have to be made because the offensive line, I got a feeling that the line coach may think that he can get it done his way because they all do. That's just the way offensive line coaches are. You don't have to tell me you call plays, you're the head man, you can do what quarterbacks and receivers and things like that. But when it comes to offensive line play, those guys are pretty hard-headed. They have things that they like to do their way. So I'm pretty sure he's had some pretty good conversations with him. Now, I don't know if you get rid of him. I don't think he will. I think he's back again. But I'm not saying get rid of him. Like I said, those are hard to come. You don't just go grab an offensive line coach from Texas State or something. I mean, those are hard to find that are really good and suited for this level of football. It's hard to do that. Dwayne Aquina, has he reached his, is he a one and done here? I don't know. Who knows? I don't think they were that bad. When they missed Michael Tapp a couple times, the development. I thought some of those guys were going to be better, and I thought Dwayne Aquina was going to help them be better. It didn't seem like he really helped them become better, or maybe they just aren't as good as we thought they were.
Yeah.
I don't know. To me, for Dwayne Aquina, it's a matter of, do you want to continue to do this?
Right. Yeah, he's approaching 70 years old.
Yeah.
He's obviously been doing it for a long time.
Yes, he has.
And
he's at retirement age, but man, you can coach as long as you want to coach. As long as mentally and physically you can handle it, you can coach. But is he effective? Is the message the same that he, had 20 years ago? I don't think anybody's message is the same that they had 20 years ago.
Right.
That's just the way that rolls. Other positions, I don't know. I think the special teams coach escaped because of the punt returner. They weren't anything. The kicker is the kicker. He either makes it or he doesn't. He gets hired or fired. You don't have to look at the special teams coach if the kicker sucks. Kickers, they're on their own. They have their own little feel and their own little group that they hang out with. But I think the punt returner saved his gig. The tight ends were okay.
No, Jack they weren't. They were bad. The tight ends.
Yeah,
were bad.
Jack Andrews
being too nice.
The tight ends they had are pretty young compared to the kid they went and paid for. So,
right. Jack Andrews is like, look, if Jack Andrews had 50 catches this year, then I wouldn't have cared too much about what the other tight ends were doing.
Sure.
That guy got worse. That guy got to Texas and got worse.
Yeah, he did. He actually did get worse. And the thing about it is, when you start having to substitute 3 or 4 guys at tight end in a game, I'm like, wow, you're talking about not having any. You're still looking, and they were looking all year.
Yeah, they were. And
they weren't devastating blockers. The other young ones who had, hammer hands, that they may get better. You hope they get better. They'll get, but there's too many guys that aren't fluid. They get the big guys that look like they're made for blocking, and they don't move fluidly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's interesting. Hammer hands, as you call Jordan Washington. I think when he got to Texas, he was like 225, 230, and this past year he was playing close to 260.
Yeah.
Like, they put that weight. I assume they told him, like, hey, let's put some weight on you, and, he went above and beyond. It was kind of shocking to see the roster come out right before the year began, and it's like, oh, my God, like, he put on that much weight? Like, forget the freshman 15. That guy damn near tripled that this year.
Yeah, and when he went out for routes, he caught a couple balls, but he's not open enough because he's so big. His movement isn't quite there as a receiver, so he probably needs to drop. He's going to be around, so he needs to drop some pounds.
Right.
Because he's not a devastating blocker. None of them are devastating blockers.
No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah, they need more from that tight end room. I don't think Jeff Banks is going anywhere.
No.
I think he's done a good job for the most part at Texas, but it's 2 years in a row. Special teams has left some to be desired. But again, he deserves credit for Ryan Niblett for sure. And I will give this entire coaching staff credit for sticking with Ryan Niblett when early in the year a lot of Longhorn fans were like, why is he out there?
Yeah.
He's not catching the punts. He's supposed to return them. He's a punt returner. He's not even catching the punts to return them. What are we doing here? And then finally, he started catching them, and he started returning them a long ways, which was great to see. I wonder, going back to the offensive line with Kyle Flood, I mean, you can find a really good offensive line coach. They're out there. This is Texas. You can poach somebody, and one name that I'm thinking about right now is Sam Pittman, the recently fired Arkansas coach, who was an offensive line coach at Georgia right before he got the head job at Arkansas. It's not like he went from line coach to coordinator and then got a head gig. No,
right.
He was so highly regarded as an offensive line coach that he literally got a head coaching job in the SEC from that. So I don't think he's taking a job somewhere else, but if that guy would be interested in this gig, I think that is an instant upgrade over Kyle Flood. The problem is, if you want Kyle Flood gone, which I know a lot of Texas fans do, you've already gotten rid of the running backs coach. Your wide receivers coach is without a contract right now because it expires in January, so he might be gone. Are you going to change 3 of your top assistants on offense in the same offseason? I don't know.
That's, like I said, that's why you have to be careful with what you do with the line coach, for sure.
Well, I mean, I don't think that should stop you. Again, if you can upgrade, which I think you can, I don't think Kyle Flood has done enough as a developer or as a recruiter to warrant safe status. But I wonder if that will play a part. If Chris Jackson is gone at wide receivers coach and you already are bringing in a new running backs coach,
yeah.
Sark loves continuity. I think most coaches love continuity. They want what they're familiar with. And I just don't know if he's going to be able to pull the plug on.
I mean, if he's not recruiting well, because you have to, at a place like Texas, if you're the offensive line coach, you need to be able to get the best offensive linemen out of the state. They can't get out. They have to at least, like I say, come on your campus and visit you. There's no way that you lose 3 or 4 of those to somebody else. 1 or 2 of those need to come to your place.
Well, they're all coming on campus. That's not the problem. I mean, everyone's going to look at Texas, but I don't care about coming on campus. You got to stay on campus. You got to sign to come to campus full time.
When I get them on campus, that's it. Right?
Well, that's why we're trying to make you the new running backs coach at Texas, sir. We're still working on that.
Yeah, you guys don't want an old coach there.
I don't know. Everyone was pretty excited when Dwayne Aquina got the gig. I think they'd be pretty excited if you got the gig. Don't you?
I'm not making any calls. I'll just say that.
If they call you, will you answer?
I would, definitely.
Okay.
I would do something. If somebody said you can do this for 2 years, I would talk my wife into it.
I got to make some calls myself then to make it happen.
But my lingo and the kids' lingo are different. But the position I can coach. I mean, I would never shy away from not being able to coach. That's the only position I've ever coached. I haven't coached DBs or done this or been that. I've been a return guy, specialist coach, and a running back coach.
So you can't take over for Kyle Flood if he gets the axe.
Oh shit, no.
What about wide receivers coach? You played wide receiver.
No, okay. I don't like them.
You don't like the wide receivers?
No, I was one of those.
Yeah, all right. You don't like yourself?
I'm all right with me. We're okay. All of us. There's a couple different me's in there, so.
You're right. And we all have a few.
No. My expertise is that running back room. So, and that's a different group. And this is the greatest state there is to me when it comes to running backs. They're all over this place.
Yeah.
They are in every nook and cranny. They're in 2A. That has nothing to do with 5As. They're there. They're out there. They've been there in the weather where they can run. Been running since they were babies. So, and this place. You should be getting one. You should be getting 1 or 2. You shouldn't be having to even go to Florida to pick up a running back.
Yeah, bingo. Excuse me, Buck. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it throughout the season. Like, there's no excuse for the University of Texas to have a running game as bad as it was this year.
No.
I mean, it's, again, the worst run game that Texas has had since 1944. Like, people should absolutely lose their jobs. People, plural, I think, for that.
Yeah, and more so than anything, it's the fact that during the course of the long season, nobody seemed to have gotten better. It was very stale no matter what they do. I mean, you have to, as a running back coach, you have to have input on the type of runs that you do. So a first-year guy coming in here, BK, with maybe not a lot of skins on the wall, comes in, he doesn't – it's just put to him right here. Here's what we do. He doesn't have his say of, like, we need more counters, we need more outside run, we need more, where we're trying to toss, sweep it, and get outside a little bit more. His say doesn't mean as much.
Right. Yeah, I mean, they botched the Chad Scott hire. There's no way around it. That was not a great hire to make. He was not very well known. He didn't have those skins on the wall like you talked about. So whoever you bring in at running backs coach has to have that. But yeah, obviously, if you make any other change, it's got to be the same thing at every position. Again, you are all in on winning in 2026. I think your portal actions will show that, and I also think your coaching staff actions need to show that. This cannot be let's develop this coach. Like, we really like this coach. We think he's got a chance to be really good. Let's bring him in, and then maybe like 2, 3, 4, 5 years we're going to look like geniuses because we took a chance on this guy in his early 30s. No, this is find you somebody who knows what he's doing, who has a proven track record of success from an on-field development standpoint and from a recruiting standpoint, and let's go. And you didn't have that. When Chad Scott was hired, Buck, you and I were like, who? And it wasn't us. Yeah. More importantly, it was the high school recruits, so everybody knew who Tashard Choice was, right?
Yes.
So it was obviously a devastating blow to Texas on the recruiting trail when Tashard Choice left for the Lions. And then you go from him to Chad Scott, West Virginia. Who? Who is this guy that you just brought in? And you could tell there was ripple effects on the recruiting trail because Texas missed out on a lot of their top targets at running back in this cycle. And obviously the on-field play was not where it needed to be.
One of your more important things, too, also, like you said, you can't lose your receiver, offensive line coach, and your running back coach. And you got to find a way. You need to go ahead and find a way to re-sign Chris Jackson. Now, he's a good young coach.
Yeah. Well, he's pretty experienced. He's not that young. I mean, he's pretty experienced. I would, if you're asking me to pick between the two, Chris Jackson or Kyle Flood, I'm taking Chris Jackson 10 times out of 10. But obviously the difference is one of them's under contract and the other one is not.
Yeah.
So with Jackson, again, it's not just Sark's choice. Jackson also has to want to come back to Texas, but he's done a good enough job in Austin to where you would think he's getting some calls from NFL schools and maybe or other schools and maybe some NFL teams too.
Yeah, I don't know if BK that may have been the end of guys leaving. I mean, I know Sark is going to probably search and he's going to talk to. You have those talks with the head coach and. But it may be the one guy may be it.
I think at least 2 more coaching staff changes will be made. I don't think Dwayne Aquina will be back, and I don't think Chris Jackson will be back.
Wow.
So those are the 2 that I feel like will also change over. And Kyle Flood is one that I think should change over. But again, if you ask me to make a prediction on if he's back next year, I will say he's back next year.
Yeah.
In large part because of the fact that the running backs and wide receivers coaches are also gone.
Man.
So if Sark makes that move, he's got to live with it. He's making his bed, and he's got to lie in it. So if this offensive line sucks again next year and Texas misses out on a lot of the top O-line recruits for the 3rd cycle in a row, then people will be blaming Kyle Flood, but more people will be blaming the head coach for keeping him around. And that should be the case.
Let me just say this. If I could go to some practices, I wouldn't need to be paid a cent to go over here and do running back stuff.
Go for free?
It wouldn't bother me to do that.
Don't do that. Come on. Don't sell yourself short.
No, I'm not selling myself short. It's the durability for me. I mean, you got to go recruit. What do? Tell the head coach, no, I'm not. You just tell your guys to go look for guys. I'll go and sign them up and give them the lowdown. But I can't I can't go back to going to San Diego to see Ricky Williams 25 times. I mean, that's a lot.
Don't say that during your interview. We want you to get the job. Don't say you won't recruit. Get the job first and then tell Sark I'm out.
I can do it. I get older, but the moms stay the same. You know what I mean?
So you do want to recruit, it sounds like. Sure sounds like to me you're very comfortable going back on the recruiting trail.
That's a long trail, brother. That recruiting, people don't understand that the month of May, you are gone. That is and it's nonstop. Plus, hey, no our donuts left in Florida.
Oh,
Because
you
I
could
definitely
find
wouldn't want to be going there.
You could find some places if that's what you're looking for. There are plenty of places out there that can get you what you need in that department.
Come
I'll
on,
tell you that.
Chiron.
Now, Chiron did it at home. Don't do that. Don't be
How about
doing
that
it
dude?
with the Texas staffer if you get the job.
How about that dude doing it in your workplace?
Yeah, I'm sure they did it at the workplace too. Wasn't
Oh,
just
here's
with the
no-
workplace person. I'm sure that happened at the Michigan facilities a couple of times too.
Come on, Chiron.
Yikes.
39-year-old dope.
Yeah, dope for sure. All right.
I mean,
we'll
he's
take your
gonna roll.
thoughts.
He's gonna roll into court today. I mean, cameras
into
gonna be
court?
all over the place. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
It went from bad to worse, right? It was already bad, the fact that he got fired for this, but yeah, now he's got assault charges being levied his way.
I'm wondering if he's going to be on my court TV possibly this morning.
Could you imagine?
I may be able to check that out this morning.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, like let's OJ this trial. Put it on for the whole world to see.
When they say it's undefeated, you got to defeat that. You can't have that happen.
Oh, it can be defeated.
Yeah, somebody said I can get Ricky Williams to be the assistant with me, my special assistant.
How many days would he show up?
Remember, he was coaching down at what was it, Incarnate Word, and he was saying. I remember him telling me, he goes, Buck, listen, I can coach them on Saturdays, but I don't have to show up to the practices during the week. I said, dude, that's not the way this works.
No,
you can't be
no,
traveling
no.
the world. But he thought he could. He really actually thought that they were going to let him be the head coach there and not be at the practices, but do his travel during the week. I said, that's not how it works, man.
You talk about guys who march to the beat of their own drum.
Oh, my God.
And that guy is on his own time, in his own schedule.
Oh,
And you either deal with it or you don't deal with him.
yeah, you have to deal with it. You really
So
do.
funny.
You got to
He's
get
the
him to
man.
understand a few things. If he gets that right and he gets on that schedule, you'll be okay. But if
There
he
you
gets
go.
on his schedule, you're done.
Telling you, he might say he'll show up to practice 3 days a week. You'll be lucky if you get one, I think.
Oh, absolutely.
That's funny. All right, good conversation here. Buck, we got to get your gold star locks of
All
the
right,
week. I forgot to ask you yesterday for that Thursday night football game.
I would
Had
have
a hunch
taken the
you would've-
Chargers. I would have won.
You would have taken the Chargers. That was last week.
No, not.
Last
I
night.
mean,
You would have taken the
Last
Falcons on the road against Tampa? You never take the
no,
underdogs.
I always take Tampa. You're right. I've been wrong.
I know. So you're welcome for that one.
I got bored of that game, by the way. And I know it was that Freaky Pitts had a great game. I couldn't take those unis. I don't like those. I don't like those creamsicle unis. I know. I don't like them.
Dude, that was such a great Jersey game last night. Oh, my God. The Falcons were rocking their throwbacks.
I like their
And
throwbacks. I don't like the creamsicle ones.
And the Bucks rocking the creamsicle. Oh, man. Yeah, you and I disagree on that because I think those should be the full-time uniforms for Tampa. Those things are sick. That logo is much better. The white helmet, too, looks awesome.
The helmet is cool.
I think Tampa should wear those more than they do. But that was a great game. You missed a hell of a comeback by Atlanta. They were down by 14 in the fourth quarter and won. And then Todd Bowles, after the game, is throwing all of his players under the bus, dropping like 15 F-bombs in his
I
press
saw
conference.
that this morning.
Yeah.
Plus,
like
he doesn't look. Plus, the old bum there doesn't look good in orange.
Who's the old bum?
Their head coach. I remember seeing him.
Todd Bowles?
Todd Bowles. I remember seeing him at the combine, and I said to Hogan, I goes, he had this scruffy beard look. I said, who the hell is that guy? He goes, that's the head coach. I'm like, he wasn't there with them at that time. He may have been in New York at the time.
Yeah, it was with the Jets for a few years
Yes.
before Tampa.
Yeah.
So could have been that. Yeah, he always rocks the scraggly white
I
beard.
mean, he had this scraggly deal. He was in there watching the kid, Saquon Barkley, like lift at doing bench presses. Like, I'm like, how's that bum get in here? Where's his sign? He said, that's the head coach for the Jets.
You see him just grabbing snacks from like the press room.
He had an old sweatshirt on. It didn't say anything. He's like a bum.
Just putting food in his pockets. Oh, man. Yeah, Todd Bowles, the Bucks are not good. They might win that division because that division is really not good. Although Carolina's been making a strong push lately. But Todd Bowles might be out of a job soon. I think they've lost 5 of their last 6 games.
But Baker Mayfield's got his wide receivers back, too.
That's the thing. Like, they had him last night. They had a 14-point lead in the fourth quarter, and they blew it to a bad Atlanta team. Buck, they lost to the Saints and the Falcons in a 4-day span. That is not good. They were division leaders. They choked both of those games away, and now they're fighting for their playoff lives here. So, anyways, sidetrack. My bad. Your Gold Star locks for the weekend, Buck. What you got for the people?
I got the Texans for 50,000 units. I'll go right to the NFL. Yeah, I'm taking the Texans. I'm sorry about that, doing this to your team, but I'm doing it this weekend. It's 50,000 unit for the Texans. Another 50,000 units on what Seattle's going to do to this 44-year-old quarterback. That's for sure. Another 50,000 units on the over in the Bills and the Patriots.
The over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bills quarterback may have 8 touchdowns himself this week.
All right.
That over is 51.5.
You're getting it better. I got 49.5, sir.
I'll take the 49.5. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
And then I got one college game, obviously, and that would be Go Navy. 100,000 units on our military.
There it is. It's not American if you don't bet on Army Navy. That needs to be one of your biggest bets of the year every year.
100,000 unit bet on Navy. Go Navy.
Minus 6 tomorrow against Army. By the way, you've got some big lines here. The Texans are 9.5-point favorites against Arizona here in Houston. The Seahawks are 13.5-point favorites against. Did they say that Phillip Rivers is starting for sure?
I don't know. He's showing up. He'll be in uni. He's going to play. I don't think he's coming there just to hang around.
I don't know what they are doing there. But Phillip Rivers, maybe he's the guy. And that's 13.5 for Seattle.
And that place is it's not domed all the way over. It's just
no, it's not domed at all. Seattle's outside.
Dude, that weather will be his old ass body, 44 years old, hadn't played in 5 years, and now he's been playing catchy catch. Look out. And their defense is pretty good, Seattle.
Very good. I mean, I think it's the second best defense in football behind Houston's. What is Phillip Rivers going to live? Like, is he going to survive this game?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Listening to people this morning talk about it, it was like guys were worried about him surviving this game. Is this guy going to go out in a wheelchair, or is any of his body parts going to fall off? If that guy hadn't been hit and touched and pushed around, he'd been messing around with his grandkids. You know what I'm saying? Like me.
Yeah. It's amazing. It's amazing. Like, that's my number one goal for Sunday. I mean, it'd be amazing if he somehow won this game as a 2-touchdown dog coming out of retirement. But, like, I don't want to see Phillip Rivers get hurt, like seriously injured, one play in.
I really don't want to see that either. And the fact that he's got to wait 5 more years to get in the Hall of Fame because he signed this contract.
He ain't getting into the Hall of Fame, so it's he's going to have to wait 5 more years to find out that he's not going to get into the Hall of Fame.
No, he's going to get in the Hall of Fame.
He shouldn't. Maybe he knows he's like Mr. 3000. He needs a few more hits to get to 3,000 hits. That Bernie Mac movie. Maybe this is Phillip Rivers realizing like he's just on the outside. It's like, man, if I just play like a few more games, if I'm able to have a really good season and lead the Colts to the playoff, could that be the thing that tips the scales and gets me in?
Yeah, or can I be in the hospital for a long period of time?
Yeah, that's more likely, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, so there you go. All right, those are your Gold Star locks. Nothing on the Brother Bowl tomorrow?
No, who's playing in that?
That's the Celebration Bowl between the HBCUs. I call it the Brother Bowl.
Is Delaware State in that, or any of the former NFL players coaching any of the teams?
That I don't know. It's South Carolina State against Prairie View A&M.
No, that's not. The one wide receiver is the guy, the guy who played for the Eagles, I think, coaches Delaware State.
No,
he's one of the.
I believe it. I don't know who you're talking about, but I'm going to trust you on that one. I can't help you much.
Was it Chris Jackson? Was it Jackson that played with the Eagles, the fast dude?
Deshaun Jackson?
Deshaun Jackson, yeah. He's one of the coaches. I think he's at Delaware State.
Oh, I had no idea what Deshaun Jackson was up to these days. Nice. Yeah, that guy was a freaking burner, man.
Yeah,
Such a
he probably
pain in the
needs.
ass.
He should call up Gibson. See if
Jared
Gibson can
Gibson.
make this.
Come on, man. Oh,
Those
my
guys
gosh.
aren't playing anywhere. I'm telling you.
You've got the Brother Bowl. You also have Boise State and Washington tomorrow night. So it's weird to see other games on the same day of Army-Navy, but Army-Navy's like mid-afternoon. You got the game in the morning, and then you got the night game, the first bowl game, the L.A. Bowl. The Bucked Up L.A. Oh, my God. The Bucked Up L.A. Bowl. It's the name of the game.
Who is it? Who is it?
Why didn't you tell us you have your own bowl game, dude?
Buck's got a bowl.
The Bucked Up L.A. Bowl. It's Boise State and Washington tomorrow night in L.A. That makes sense. At SoFi.
Yeah, Washington cranked them. Boise State hadn't been that good this year.
10-point line. The Huskies are favored. Come
No,
on, it's
that's
your bowl
enough games. We got to get ready for next week anyway.
It's your bowl game. You're just going to ignore it?
I'll take Washington for 50,000 units.
There it is. Now we're talking right there. That feels illegal. Gambling on your own bowl game.
Yes.
I don't know if you could actually do that. Like an NBA player, Malik Beasley. That's the name I was looking for. All right, so there you go. The Bucks Gold Star Locks, 5 games for the weekend. Thank you very much.
Did I say Denver? Did I add Denver in there with the Texans? And see, I mean to put Denver in there for 50,000 units too, please.
Broncos hosting Green Bay. Oh,
Yeah.
what a great game that is.
Yeah,
Sunday,
time for Green Bay to get
3:25.
there. Time for Green Bay to get theirs. After
Denver's
they beat.
actually a dog, Buck. Sorry to cut
I
you
know.
off. Denver, 2.5-point dog, so you're getting points there.
I like that. Denver's defense.
Okay.
They'll be
That's a
giving
fun one.
Mr. Love will be giving up a couple balls to them.
I like that. Yeah, that's your best game of the weekend, I think, in the NFL.
Well, let me ask you this before, because I got to get cranking. I've got to go to
Oh.
urology appointment. Yes, I do.
We've
Let me
got
ask
the
you-
McRib video. Why didn't you tell me that at the start of this?
I know.
Oh.
Well, I got to be there at 20 after 10, so I got some time. Let's go with let's go.
All
Let's
right,
go. Rodney's there.
Let's bring the boys on here. 20 after 10, and you got to give me a break. All right.
You gotta
We
leave.
got,
He's gotta leave by then. You gotta prep
No,
time.
no. I go to appointments like I do going to the airport. So stop.
Oh, right. Oh, got you.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right. We've got a video that has gone viral, gentlemen. As the four of us all know, our own Ronnie Rodriguez is a
John
very
Rodney.
big fan of the McDonald's McRib.
7.
Have you
Lucky
had 7?
so
Is that
far.
why you're holding up?
6, 7.
And I go back on the road Sunday, bitches.
Oh my
So
God.
be ready.
Oh my God. It's
That's
so
a scary
nasty.
sight for
12 pack by next week.
every
brother.
toilet on the way.
Oh, blown
Oh, my
up.
God. So we have a viral video, gentlemen, speaking of blowing up, a video that is blown up from a McDonald's worker who has revealed the way that the McDonald's McRib is prepared. There's no sound, so we can talk while this is going on here. But we've got a minute video of... Did this start? My computer's being weird. Hang on.
It started. It started.
Yeah, it's going.
Okay,
So
here
they're
we go.
frozen. Shocker,
On
they're
a delay.
frozen.
So here's how the That's
Oh, they
not.
put
That
him in a
doesn't look
George
like
Foreman,
ribs to me.
George Foreman grill. They put him in a George Foreman grill.
No wonder. No wonder.
They put them on a put them on a flat top right there.
Then put them back
Trying to
into the
pull up
a
this
micro,
article.
another heater.
Oh, man. Look at that sauce. Oh,
God. Oh my
Man.
God.
all on your fingers, under your nails and shit. Oh,
That looks like
Just drops it in there.
oh.
that's an art class at a middle school. Looks like.
Look at that. Nice.
Oh my goodness.
You still in on this, Double R?
Hell yeah, I'm going to go get one for lunch.
Oh my goodness.
Look at that.
So this is user
That's probably
Dat
one.
Boy
That's
Bell
probably one of the
posted.
cleanest ways too,
Just
right?
bring me that thing.
Just bring it
Yeah,
that
he
man.
posted this
instructional
on-
video, so they're doing everything by the book.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is not an instructional video, Wags. This is someone on TikTok doing this when he probably wasn't supposed to do this. McDonald's worker who,
Who's getting ready
basically
to get
showing.
fired today.
Hey, man,
So,
that's
yeah,
more than
what
I
he put-
thought. That's more than I thought went into it. I figured they just threw it in the microwave.
puts the McRib patties on the grill, lets them cook until they're browned. Then they're brought over to another station to get sauced. By the way, the employee microwaved the barbecue sauce to reheat it. So the patty itself was not microwaved, but the quote-unquote barbecue sauce was nuked. Patties are soaked in the sauce container for a bit before being removed and put on a rack for any excess sauce to drip off. From there, the sauce patties are stored until they have to be reheated and assembled into a sandwich. So we don't see the reheating process. This is just the original, but, it's McDonald's. It's not made to order. So these just sit in some, this little storage compartment right here.
It's not Burger King.
Yeah.
And then they reheat it, I guess, once you order. And that might be in a microwave, Double R. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm going to tell them, because it's seasonal with the McRib. I'm going to tell them they can bring that whole operation to the Rodriguez Hilton over here, and I'll hold on to it for them.
Look at this right here. By the way, not a rib. This is a patty of ground boneless pork shoulder that is then molded and stamped into a rib-resembling appearance.
Oh, okay. Where's that light that they keep it warm under? That red light or whatever it is?
That might be the little storage compartment thing that they put it in at the end. Maybe that's a little heating device.
That lamp when little chickens hatch, little chicks you see at Easter time, they got it right there, and the same thing where they're hatching the chicks at McDonald's. That's gross.
Yeah. Just festering with bacteria.
Okay, don't keep showing that. It's going to make me have to use the bathroom before the urology guy gets going on me.
I'm getting hungry. I might have to take a break.
The ingredients, by the way, the McRib patties are made with pork, water, salt, dextrose, and rosemary extract. That's it.
Why are they wasting water, good water?
Yeah.
520 calories, 46 grams of carbs, 28 grams of total fat, but also 24 grams of protein, Double R. You're bulking up.
That's how you get this Adonis look that I have.
Adonis Haslam? Is that what you mean?
Oh, my God.
I will say I've gained 4 pounds since I started eating all these McRibs.
Checks
you
out.
got to get
Really?
From the first one.
Big man
It
needs to
adds
try
up
that.
each week.
Yeah.
Big man needs to try that. 4 pounds? Really?
You need to do it. You need to do it. I'll buy you one.
What about the bun? Can I have it without the? Can you just take that out of the bun, right, and eat it?
Yeah, you just take. It's kind of like a sourdough type of bun. I mean, it's a nice bun. It's a fancy bun. For McDonald's.
All these little travels for these high school games. We try to get to all the barbecue places.
Yeah.
And I've not seen that sandwich probably costs. I mean, you get a couple ribs at a barbecue place, it's like $75.
I know.
Really?
Yeah, and that
how much
that
is
meal,
that? How much is that right there with the bun?
If you buy the meal with the medium fries and a medium drink, I get unsweet tea, because I don't need extra sugar. It's $9.
Okay, great.
$9.79 out the door.
Wow.
How about that? That's a full barbecue plate for less than $10 right there, guys.
Barbecue.
And it's got
four of those.
It's got all that in there.
4 of those.
And you don't get the extra one for $1 anymore. It used to be if you bought the meal, they'd give you an extra one for $1. Now you got to buy it.
That
for
is so nasty.
$4.
Well, that promo went to the double cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They got a lot on the McDonald's app.
You only have to buy one more for $1, so you get 2 double cheeseburgers for $5.
Well, I've started backing up the McRib meal with 6 nuggets, with some barbecue or creamy ranch
I know
sauce.
why. You're taking those nuggets and dipping them into the leftover barbecue sauce.
My brother, you know me too well, because you're gonna have the extra.
I know it. I already know it. I can see it in your eyes.
All right, boys, I got to get cranking now. I got to use the bathroom.
He's going to get him a McRib.
Buck.
Doesn't he have to save his bathroom for the urologist? Isn't that the...
He's gonna get it out for. Oh no, I guess he was probably struggling to go right. Now he's gonna have to go. So
well, if he ate one of those, that would fix him up. That would fix him up.
Maybe he's gonna go crank one. Maybe that's what he meant before he goes to the urologist.
I don't know.
He doesn't want a surprise entrant.
Yeah.
The McRib looks like something that was very similar in an MRE, right? It's just called a barbecue
basically.
pork rib.
Yeah. We used to have. When I was in high school, our cafeteria, they had like the side stand where you could buy whatever. They had what was called a rib burger. And it was very much that. My good friend Marty Martinez messaged me the other day, and he goes, high school buddy, he goes, I'm not surprised you still eat that shit because you would hog down rib burgers all the time.
We had something like that at my school, too. It was called the Ribicue. instead of barbecue, it was like rib BQ, and it was basically a McRib.
Yeah.
And I think I had it like one time, and I just
tasted like rubber, chewed like bubble gum, and that was it.
Yeah. I don't have too much pride when it comes to eating, but I got too much pride to eat the ribicue at the Richardson ISD high school back then. couldn't do that.
Yeah, well, the rib burgers were $1.50 back when I used to buy them at the school, not $9.79. And the stale tater tots were 50 cents extra, so it wasn't quite the deal.
But of course they're frozen. Of course it's just frozen, just like the damn burgers or whatever. Just flop it right there, press it down, throw it into some barbecue sauce, reheat it.
The American way. The American
way. All right, boyos. I'll be listening. You guys have a great show and a great weekend.
Are you heading back up?
Tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be back for Monday for sure. So, all right. See you guys.
Safe travels, man. Be good.
Later, man.
There he goes. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags. That's Double R. Hit us up on the code of text line 512-222-9328. A lot of twos in those lottery numbers right there. 512-222-9328. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. And then follow us on our socials. You guys know the drill. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter. That's Double R. He's at the Rodney R on Twitter. And then Brand InstaFace, he's the _ Rodney R. I'm at the Wagner Wire. All right, let's get into it, man. Where do you want to go first, dude?
Thursday
night football here. Just as your dude is dismissing Kyle Pitts, he just has himself a legacy game, bro.
It took 4 years. Or how long's he been in the league?
My kid comes in, he's like, I was debating on putting Pitts on the bench, and I did it just for the what if, just because there was no London, and I was just like, yeah, I didn't think that he would have the game just because coverage being rolled to him and not having Drake London out there, not really having a threat. Mooney ain't gonna do shit. Mooney didn't do shit. So yeah, my kid comes in, he's what the hell? He only had one touchdown before today. I was like, I know. I know.
That was, if you're Tampa Bay, I mean, Todd Bowles like calling out his team after the game. It's like, boys, we need to look in the mirror right here. 14-point lead in the fourth quarter, and you can't hold on to beat. I mean, look at my man Kirk Cousins. That dude looks like the Colts should have went and got him. That's the guy they need, not Phil Rivers.
I mean, I think wasn't that a little bit of an anomaly though from Kirk Cousins, like. And then also when the game was kind of winding down, you got a glimpse of why everybody's still like, oh, it's Kirk Cousins, right? Like he's immobile. He just can't get out of the pocket, or it seems like he struggles to escape the pocket, or whenever there's a rush on there.
He's old.
He's old. He's old. He's old. What is he, 15 years, 13 years in the league, 15 years in the league, some shit like that.
That's where when I watched that last night, when your man Russell Wilson played the Cowboys and had that amazing game, I'm like, okay, there's Russell Wilson.
Is Russell Wilson my man?
Well, he's on your team.
Jameis is more my man than Russell Wilson.
Actually, I saw that Russell Wilson's going to be like the NFL analysis on one of the pregame shows this week because he's off, because the Giants are off. So maybe that's his next forte after football. Maybe if he
Giants played Thursday night two Sundays in a row. Giants aren't going to be on.
Yeah. Well, letting them rest up to play a factor in this NFC race.
Yeah,
NFC East race, right?
We're first round draft or first overall draft pick. Let's not spoil it. I'd like to trade out of that and gain some capital. So
yeah, but I mean, last night for Baker, the interception, the late interception there, that was, God dang it, man! So in the course of 5 days, the Bucks have lost to the Saints and the Falcons. It's like, guys, you're giving this division away to Carolina, and Carolina's just continuing to win games somehow.
That was Alford that got up on that, right? Like
yeah.
I felt like Alford jumped up and touched the damn lights in the stadium, bro. Like
that dude went way up there, Wags.
He elevated to get up and get that one. But yeah, I mean, as soon as you panned over to Baker's face, he wanted it back right away. Like he just knew, like he could have put a little bit on it. But honestly, dude, I thought the throw was good. It's just one hell of an athletic play by Alford. So
yeah, good call right here. Good call right here from Jake. Cousins is really good on Thursdays. It's Sunday prime time when he's really bad.
I thought it was just prime time in general for Kirk Cousins. Anytime he gets a prime time game, or anytime he's got the lights on him, just solo lights. It's deer in the headlights, so to speak, blinded by the light.
And man, pat on the back to the Falcons. I mean, those dudes. I mean, they played this thing out. I mean,
they weren't even and kind of Kirk Herbstreit was kind of talking about it last night too, right? They had nothing to play for. They were eliminated last week. Their top wide receivers out. Their quarterbacks out. They're playing with old man Cousins here. You like that? And Bijan Robinson goes. Bijan always does what Bijan does, but Kyle Pitts finally showed up for the first time in his career. And I know he's had some games here and there that's kind of been like, little there's some life, there's some signs of life. This was an absolute shit show. Like, this is a domination. This is kind of like a Calvin Johnson game, man.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, it really was. Speaking of Bijan, did you hear Bijan in the post game interview?
I did. I did.
He's fitting to have to dig into his pockets a little bit.
I'll talk to you about something after this too. So,
hey man, that's what we called it. Or kill the man with the ball, I think is what we called it. And they tried to.
Strong B. Thanks, Bear. I appreciate it. Strong B. Bijan. Well, that's what his grandma used to call him too. I heard that too, right? Like his grandma used to call him Bijan or whatever, but he liked Bijan because everybody called him that. Well, I'm just gonna call him Robinson, and everybody else can, struggle with the Bijan. I'll just call him BR. How about that?
So somebody got in his head and said, Bijan rhymes with Dijon, and you could make money off of that. So that's why he started doing that.
Bijan mustard. No, I got you. Yeah. Grandmama is always right, Barry. You know that. Absolutely.
Yeah. But no, for Tampa Bay, it's like, come on, man. This is right here in front of you. By the way, love the uniforms last night. Sorry to go Chad Hastings.
So thank you. I am back. It's funny, right? Because when they made the switch to the new uniforms, I was just like, oh man, these unis are great. But the popsicles last night for the Bucks, I do like the gray. Man. I love that. It's a clean helmet, man. It is a clean helmet. I do like the black and red of the Bucks
and the red helmet of the Falcons.
Yeah, the red helmet that's old school. That's like classic.
That's way
before
back.
Dion got to the
Falcons
there, right?
Yeah, I remember Steve Bartkowski.
Andre Ware. Am I getting that right? Did Andre
he was in the black? I think he was probably in the black helmet by then. But the Falcons had a running back. I can't remember, number 31, Freeman. I can't remember what the dude's name was. But yeah, Steve Bartkowski is the first Falcons quarterback that I remember there with those red helmets. I remember they played the Cowboys in a playoff game, and the Cowboys, Drew Pearson beat them 28-27 or something. Amazing playoff game in the late 80s, I think it was. But that was old school. But yeah, those Tampa Bay uniforms, man, I absolutely love them.
It's not just Tampa Bay's uniforms; it's all the old school throwbacks.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was alluding to, right? Like, when they made the switches to the new stuff, I was just like, oh man, prisoner of the moment. Of course, you see something new, something flashy, it pops off your, the charts at you. It's eye candy, right? Good appeal to it. But yeah, going back to the retro uniforms, especially now that the retro uniforms are tailored and they're suited to fit the body and everything like that, right? That like it doesn't look sloppy, it doesn't look like a mess. Not that sloppiness should take away from color anyways, but it does look tighter, man. No pun intended. But yeah, it's like it's a breath of fresh air, right? You go back, you see the Broncos uniforms or Seattle's uniforms, man. All the teams going back to the old school unis. I'm digging it, man. Right? Not just a Thursday night thing either. I'd like to see it be, implemented or re-implemented back or rephased in back to regular, weekly play. Not just
and I think that
football or wherever you do the alternate uniforms.
And I think the cool part about it is now, with all the technology, they can really enhance the color and all of that. So you can really
make that color pop.
The color popped. I got to tell you, the one that absolutely breaks my heart.
What do you got to tell me?
The one that breaks my heart, Wags, is this one. When those damn Tennessee Titans put this on,
bring out the powder blues.
I'm like, no.
Or I guess can you call Tennessee's or Houston's uniforms powder blues, or is that reserved for the Chargers?
Good question. Columbia blue is Houston. Houston is or the Oilers are Columbia blue is what that was actually called. And And the Chargers too, cool uniforms back in the old days. That's why I want the Bengals to come out and wear the Bengals on the helmet. That way it says Bengals.
There we go. What do we got on the slate today? We're gonna finish out our college football playoff prediction, right?
Yeah, we got to talk about that.
Texas tomorrow. Finish talking about NFL as well, and then we'll get into the NFL slate for the weekend too. Bear, Bijan. We'll go. I'm doing it already. Bijan had a fantastic game last night. Those of you guys that are in the fantasy playoffs, which did begin this week, right? If you guys had Bijan, he gave you 29, anywhere from 29.5 to 32, or at least that's where I'm at in a few of my leagues. So I have him 72, 75, anywhere between 72 or 75% ownership throughout my leagues in Dynasty. So yeah, man, putting on a show, impressive. And you saw the stat last night. Since 2023, no back has done more from in terms of yards from scrimmage. Yeah. So this dude can, in Herb Street also referenced Gibbs last night too. Guys, if you have a chance to make a move and get these young running backs into your roster, I don't know what you would have to do to what the return would be. You probably have to give up probably a first rounder and probably a quarterback, somebody that's going to move some points. They'd probably want a running back in return, to the roster if you're looking to make a fantasy move. But hey, man, I know that running backs are it's a scarce premium stat, right? A premium position, but and the shelf life on them is very short. But if you can get these two running backs in particular, I would advise my clients to offer up a first round, and especially if you're playing in the Dynasty League, whatever you can to get Gibbs and Saquon, or not Saquon Barkley. Saquon, if you can get Saquon, that's fantastic too. But yeah, Bijan Robinson, he's probably the go-to guy that you should be trading for. There's my other top running back that I had. I mean, McCaffrey too. McCaffrey's leading in. His productivity has been down, and of course he's prone to injury. But McCaffrey's got like 80 some catches already. Yeah, I say already. We're pretty much damn near through the league. But McCaffrey is the leading receiver for amongst running backs in terms of reception. So, and in terms of points a point per reception, that's 80 some points, or almost 100 points just off of the receiving thing. Almost having a David Brown. No, who was it? Who was the damn running back for Arizona?
Yeah, he got hurt. I had him at the beginning of the year.
He was fantastic for a while, but the name's eluding me right now. I think it was Brown. I think it was
David. No, David.
Not David Brown.
No, David something. David something. So here, speaking of that, so in a PPR fantasy league, what I actually did this year when that dude went down, I think
McCaffrey?
No, 31 for the Cardinals. David, whatever his name is.
I can't think of the guy's name.
I can't remember his name either. So when that dude went down, that's when I picked up old Vidal Sassoon from the Chargers, and that guy was actually very productive for me for about 6 weeks.
I'm talking about a long time ago, bro. I'm not talking about this year. You're talking about
yeah. Well, I think we're talking about the same guy.
No, we're not. We're not.
Okay.
I'm talking about a dude like 3 or 4 years ago that was the top of the league in running back. And he did play for Arizona at one time.
For the Cardinals. Okay, let's go to the
He had like
David Johnson. David Johnson.
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. 8516-512 area code 222.
David Johnson. Thank you.
222-9328. By the way, Coach.
Dude, and again, like that's just an example right there. Shelf life is very small, right? Very short for a running back. We all know this, right? But if you can invest and get a young running back like Robinson or Gibbs, bring them into the locker room, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's your fantasy football talk.
Boom, there it is.
Hopefully everybody's doing well. If you got any more questions, hit us up. You can hit us up on our socials or whatever. Probably already too late for the weekly moves, but if you have any moves to, start or sit, go ahead and hit us up.
Hey, Wags, did you want to touch on because the Texas football schedule came out for next year? I mean, we knew the opponents. But,
you lead, I'll follow, brother. Where do you want to go?
Let's take a look at it right here. We don't have to spend a lot of time on it, but here we go. I think we're all still in heartbreak because.
Did you watch the show last night? The schedule release on SEC?
I did not, but I caught it after the fact. So there it is, right there. So there's what you have next year for your Fighting Texas Longhorns. Texas State, Ohio State, UTSA. Boom, there you go. Tennessee. I heard BK mention the one thing that when I look at the schedule, only one bye week, and it comes right after Tennessee. So you're going to have quite the run right there after that, starting with OU.
So is it just SEC that's only getting one bye week?
I think that is the new norm in the SEC with the 9-game conference schedule. So that will be everybody.
Man, that November is gonna be brutal.
Man, that's pretty rough right there, isn't it? You kind of got the Ole Miss that's up there, but yeah, when you get to November, if you're I mean,
I don't know. I don't think the Hogs are going to be anything, but if A&M continues to get better, all right, it's still going to be a fight. But LSU, I don't know if they're going to win the Natty next year, guys. But within three, it's kind of the trends, right? Within 3 years, I feel like LSU could be sitting at the top of the pantheon for collegiate football. Man, they already had the talent there. I am starting to believe in Lane Kiffin and his play calling. Like, of course, he's always been good at calling plays, but he just hadn't been able to get away from the bullshit. He's still in the bullshit, being like the number one trolling person of all college football, but still, like, he has got some pieces, man. He has got every resource at his expense. And to think that what he was able to do and establish with Ole Miss, getting them to, I think it's 5 or is it 3 in a row, 3 10-win seasons in a row, first 11-win season in program history. I believe that Lane Kiffin, with all the resources at LSU, he will bring them a national championship, or he will be out the door. We know that.
Yeah, I truly agree, and I think it's going to work out. I mean, Lane obviously makes that well. Let's not bullshit here. Money had a lot to do with this, but you go there because you have the resources. You have you're the only state power in Louisiana.
That's it too, right? It's the pipeline that you have.
Yeah. And I'll tell you one that's going to be, I know September 19th, we've got Texas and UTSA, but when you want to talk about SEC matchups, September 19th, that'll be Ole Miss against Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss.
That's pretty good. Producer Jake, I'm with you. I think next year's schedule is not as rough as this season, but that November alone, if A&M stays on trend, right, and LSU does what I think they'll do, I think November is going to be pretty brutal. Hopefully,
and they're on the road.
And Arkansas might have an offense that can still put up 30 to 40 points. So that they could be a scary trap game right there too. So
yeah
again, that's next year. We don't even know what the roster we're going to have next year. So
there's a lot to play out. But that was the first thing. Good call by you, Wags. That November right there, especially with all that on the road. I mean, most of that's on the road. So, man, you want to talk about if you want to go to LSU and then go to A&M. Shit, I'd love to go to both of those games. Man, that'd be great.
Tennessee could be a fight in Knoxville. That could be a fight.
I know. Absolutely.
Or if it's not just Tennessee, it's recovering from Tennessee. You get a dub against Tennessee, and then you've got to recover and get ready for the Cotton Bowl, man.
Yeah. And I sure as hell hope that after all this,
it looks like there's a bye week in between there. There's a bye week
in there. I sure as hell hope on October 17th you come home and you stomp the living shit out of Florida after this past season. Take it out on them. They kept you out of the playoff, right?
Well, you had your chance.
Yeah. Well,
that Florida game going to be tough. Temple Brutus said, yeah. You know what? They're all going to be tough.
They're all going to be tough.
Yeah, but back to this Thursday night football game. Robinson almost getting 100 yards, almost reaching the century mark. That would have been extra points there. But yeah, Kyle Pitts, just an absolute monstrous game. 11 receptions, dude, and you could see the struggles too, right? As he was having the game, he's still bobbling balls and shit, right? Like bobbling catches, not securing them, not hauling them in first grab, right? Just kind of, I don't know. And then he was making one-handed catch. Bijan making one-handed catches as well, man.
Yeah,
but that one didn't get called. But yeah, and then of course the post-game presser.
Yeah, well, that. Yeah. It's going to hit him in the pocket. You can't say that. But you know what? That's just That's the thing about live stuff like that, impromptu stuff like that. You say stuff, and they tried to cover it up. I mean, I will say they're like, no, kill the ball carrier or whatever, which that's probably not very PC either. But yeah,
honestly, man, I think we all just need to chill the hell. There's queer eye for the straight eye or whatever the hell it's called, man. It's just it's a fucking word, dude.
Yeah. Look, when we played that, we go out in the backyard. We had a football. There's about 6 dudes, and we'd say, "Let's play smear the."
It's whatever. It is what it is.
That's what we did.
Bijan shouldn't have to issue any type of apology for it. It is what it is, bro. It's just a saying, man. My God, I think we all need to just chill out and take a step back and breathe for once.
Well,
instead of pointing fingers and throwing stones at everybody.
Yeah. Well,
my goodness. Yeah, but one hell of a game though. And if you are Kyle Pitts owners in Dynasty, I think you're going to be okay. Or not just Dynasty, but playoffs or fantasy football, and you're in the playoffs. I think you're going to be okay. Imagine having the stack of or not, it wouldn't be a stack, but imagine having the duo of Pitts and Robinson last night. That's putting all your chips in one basket, dude. But if you did it, holy shit. One year I lost to a guy that had Anquan Bolden, Kurt Warner, and Larry Fitzgerald all on the same team when they were all at Arizona.
Wow. That's crazy.
And that was the season to have them too, right? Because all 3 of those dudes went off. So.
Yeah. Well, and I got to tell you, man, it is so fun to watch Mike Evans. I mean, that dude right there. I mean, even coming back. I mean, Mike Evans is just, he's just fun to watch. He's frustrated at the end of the game. Obviously, I understand, but I mean that dude comes back in. He's missed time, 6 for 132, and it's like he was never gone. He was never gone. And
so here's the thing, right? The trend, or I guess what is it, a record or a streak? It's a streak. The streak of Evans getting 1,000-yard seasons is going to come to an end. But you see what this dude can do whenever he's in a game, right? Like first game back, and Baker gets to find his long, what, 6'6", how tall is he? 6'5". His 6'5" receiver, and you saw he didn't even really get up and height the ball at the best spot last night, and he was still able to muscle it down and take it away. Evans is he's a beast. The only thing wrong with Evans is that he went to A&M. That's the only thing wrong.
Yeah, that's it, man. That's where you think
and
of
everybody
that.
Wants to say, and I'm standing on this, dude. I will die on this hill. Everybody wants to say it was Johnny Football. Bullshit. Johnny Football got bailed out so much by this guy, right? Yeah. Johnny Football, there's times where he was running around for third in his life, and he just throws it up late over the middle of the field. Cardinal sin of all cardinal sins for a quarterback, and Evans bails him out.
Yeah, I tell you, Mike Evans and these shorter quarterbacks, man. He's got a way to make him look tall, don't he?
Shit, how can you not see him if you're a shorter quarterback? Baker don't have to scramble that much. He just has to throw it up to a spot. Hey, Mike, go get this thing, man.
That's what I talk about. Like with the Packers, Jordan Love throwing that dude with that big head. I mean, how do you miss that guy? I mean, yeah, Evans just so big.
Clearly Bucks are in trouble, right? If Panthers take care of business,
they're in command.
I think they're in command by default at this point now, right? I think they're already at the top of the division.
They're 7-6, and the Buccaneers are 7-7 right now after last night.
So by 500, by 0.500 percent, they're up there at the top. So if anything happens to where the Panthers lose, then the Bucks are still kind of in this thing. I still want to say that the Bucks are going to find a way to take this thing, right? But what a story for the Panthers, man. And the Panthers, they got themselves a nice little young core that they're building over there too with Bryson Tett. So
yeah,
and you know what, their running back room is unsung too, because
Rico Dowdle moving there,
right? And what's the status with Brooks? What's the status with JB?
He was hurt. He's hurt. He's out again, I think. But right now they don't need him. I mean, you got Rico Dowdle, and then
for sure. But my point that I was getting to is we talk about Detroit having one of the best running back rooms, right? Well, quietly with Chuba Hubbard and Rico Dowdle, like Carolina is is raising the flag up a little bit.
Yeah, they really are.
Here we come. So
and here's the intangibles of this whole thing. Like right now in division, when you start getting into tiebreakers, Carolina's 2-1 in the division. The Bucks are 2-2 in the conference. 5-3 for the Panthers and 5-5 for the Bucks. So if it gets to that where you start bringing in these tiebreakers, I think the edge would go to Carolina, depending how this all plays out. See, what do we have? 3-4 weeks left. So there's a lot to shake itself out. But unfortunately, at this point, you have to start looking at that. But the turnaround for Carolina, I mean, that was one of the teams that you put at the bottom of to be sitting. There were a few people that said Carolina would be a factor.
I didn't buy it. Carolina. I didn't see Carolina as a factor.
Yeah,
like this is absolute shock and awe from Carolina for me, man.
And I think, Wags, this is where it's even more disappointing if you're a Bucks fan, because look, the division is, Falcons are 5-9 and the Saints are 3-10. I truly thought that the Buccaneers would just run away with this thing. It'd just be 2 games up.
Yeah, I didn't expect the game, especially from the Falcons who were eliminated, right?
Yeah.
Didn't have a chip, a chair, or a prayer, but of course they're playing for division pride. Bear with a dynamite pickup got Evans off IR 3 weeks ago. Nice.
Wow,
okay.
nice.
All right. Stafford got Stafford before he got hot. What is nobody drafted Stafford?
Yeah. How do you leave that dude?
Stafford was undrafted in your league. You probably have like 10 teams in your league or something like that. But in a 12-team league, that's kind of wild to not have Matt Stafford drafted. Now, I've seen Stafford go late in drafts, but to have Matt Stafford on the free agent wire, that's pretty wild. But yeah, hell of a pickup by you, Bear. And I see your question down here, Stafford or Mahomes. So Mahomes has, I believe he's got the Chargers this week in Arrowhead, right? And I think Stafford has the Lions at home. If I'm not, yeah. So both are playing at home. Here's the thing: Stafford coming off of an anomaly of a game where he accounted for turnovers. I think he threw for 2 interceptions, right? And then had a fumble. So I think he accounted for 3 turnovers. You'd like to think that he's going to be right back up to the top of his game. But I mean, counterpoint to that, he'd be starting to find himself in a little bit of a funk. All right. I think there's going to be high floors for both of these guys. I'd say ultimately, shit, man. Like, I see a barn burn, more of a barn burn with the Lions than I do with the Chargers and the Chiefs, right? Like, I know the Chiefs are kind of on life support, which, desperation with Pat Mahomes can be fantastic for you, right? I think you're in a great situation, bro. You start out Mahomes or Stafford.
Yeah.
I kind of lay up here, right? Given your scenario with Evans last night, especially if you used Evans and he was able to collect for you. I would kind of lay up and just go with Stafford, right? It's going to be a high floor either way, but you could potentially, what you're going to get. You got Devontae Adams, that's, huge red zone target there, and you got Puka Nacua, who's leading or it might be Smith and Jigba right now, but Nakua's up there in terms of production for wide receivers.
Yeah, and with David Tepper, I mean, because there's still that with him being the owner there of Carolina, and again, that's a much maligned owner that gets a lot of for stupid decisions. But when he hired Dan Morgan, I mean, that's a dude. He spent time with Buffalo, I think, and I mean,
I'm not a big Dan Morgan fan. I think Dan Morgan missed a few times, so.
But
and honestly, here's why: Dan Morgan is very good friends with Schoen. So
okay, well, maybe he'll come over to the Giants. But anyway, yeah, I thought Carolina. I thought they would be better, but I thought if anybody was going to challenge here, just because of the way they are built, and again, man, watching Kyle Pitts last night, I'm like, dude, look at that guy. I mean, look at that dude. He's just the physical specimen.
You finally saw the unicorn, right? You finally saw the unicorn come about.
Yeah. It's like, how can you not?
We're so big on this dude coming out of Florida, and he just hadn't been able to put it together.
Yeah.
Or maybe has he? I can't. No, he's gotten the chances. He's gotten the opportunities. He has gotten targets. He's had tons of drops, and he's struggled getting separation. And honestly, like, Atlanta did not scheme well, especially with Arthur Smith getting him in the first couple of seasons. So maybe they had a revelation last night. right? And maybe they said, hey, maybe we can scheme around Pitts and have London and, Robinson, chime in and be cogs there.
Yeah, and I do think, you totally need a regime change, I think, in Atlanta. Because it's just, I don't know, when you see what you saw last night, they were beaten. That to me was a lot of the players saying, let's not get beat. Let's
Cousins they're still playing for a check, right?
Right. And that's good to see. That's about 3 weeks in a row where you've seen a team that has absolutely nothing to play for. They come out and they ball out, and that's what it's all about. So I'm glad that happened.
Real quick before we get into anything else, let me tell you about Ryan Hurricane Hecht. He is your personal go-to injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. He's a Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans, and he's not just a lawyer though. He's a Longhorn through and through. He brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom with that burnt orange suit. You're in a car accident or you got any type of injury at all, just give our guy Ryan a call. 512-938-8929. Again, lottery numbers 512-938-8929. He's aggressive in court, compassionate with his clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. He's Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you when you call him today at that number I provided. 512-938-8929. 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell them the crew from TSU sent you. You're muted, Double R.
If you're looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, we tell you about them each and every day right here on TSU. One place to go. It's Covert Beat.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Right, friends, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Hayden. Best folks in town right there. It is covertbcave.com. Check out the weekly specials and go see them. McCall Custom Homes, friends, looking for that indoor renovation, possibly an outdoor renovation project. This is a good time to really try to figure out what you want to do with your home in 2026 and, allocate some dollars and put your budget together and figure out, hey, you know what? I think I want to redo my kitchen. Well, this is a good time to start planning that. And if you're going to make those plans, I highly recommend that you call my man, Mike McCall, at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. For over 4 decades, taking care of Central Texans like you, like me, like Bucky Godbolt, and the list goes on and on and on. Check out the Google reviews, check out the Better Business Bureau rankings, ratings, and so forth. These guys have been doing it right. I'm wearing my Mike McCall cap today, as a matter of fact, sporting a good lid right there from my man, Mike. They will make that, whatever that project is, they'll make that happen for you. Bring them over, get that free. And I said free. Get that free estimation, as a buddy of mine used to say, by calling or texting 512-633-9580. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, because that's going to kind of be the trigger right there. Mike and his crew, they'll come out and take a look, and you guys put your heads together, figure out the next step, and then get it going. New home, if you're looking for a new home as well, they will certainly take care of that for you. In-house design group, they can do all of that work for you if you have your ideas. But like I say, if you're sitting on equity, go ahead and invest in that and add some value to it, because that's what McCall Custom Homes does for you. Been doing it for 40 years, building value into your home. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Again, that number, 512-633-9580. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. Also, this holiday season upon us, and my neighborhood is just littered with beautiful decorations outside. But you know what? Double R's had his since middle of November, for crying out loud. And that's because I contacted my great friends over at Humbug Holiday Lighting. They came out and decked out my house, and before the turkey was even thinking about going into the oven, my place was candy caned up, ready to go. And there's still time to get that done right now for your home. A full-service holiday lighting company specializing in custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage. They're going to handle everything for you guys, whether commercial or residential. Just let them know what you're looking for. Again, free estimate right there, simply by calling 833-4HUMBUG or 512-222-1820. You can text. Be sure and use that promo code. I think today is the last day, TSU20. That is 20% off of your professional custom installation. You notice I didn't say anything about estimate because that estimate is free as well. 833-4HUMBUG, 512-222-1820. Look, hassle-free, elegant design, safe professional setup. You're not out there on a ladder. You're not messing with any of that. They will tailor it to your needs. Hallmark style designs. You want a UT design. You want any type of design. You let them know what you're looking for. Enjoy the holidays without any setup or stress. Hey, man, their tagline puts it all in perspective. They put it all in perspective for me. They can do it for you. All the magic without the hassle. Again, use that promo code TSU20 if you call 833-4HUMBUG, 512-222-1820 on the text, or you can check them out online at humbuglights.com. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, and then you tie that all up with that amazing audio visual consultation system. Our man Tom McKay has been doing it since 1988. He's ready to take care of you.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics, but more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Boom, there it is right there. AV Consultations, avconsultations.com, 512-222-9328. Also want to tell you guys something I realized this morning. I knew this. I realize this all the time. But the coolest thing to start a conversation with somebody, so I had to go drop a truck off this morning, had to get a ride share back. The easiest way to start and have a great conversation with someone is to bring up sports. Riding with this dude, I had on a Dallas Cowboy cap. He said, "Oh, you like the Cowboys?" I said, "Yeah, I'm a Cowboy fan." He goes, "I'm a Patriots fan." We had a nice about 10-mile ride. Talked the whole time, nothing but football. Patriots fan. He's pretty excited. He's actually from Boston. He's actually from Boston. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that would explain that Austin or Boston. I was questioning why he's a Patriots fan.
Yeah, no, big time. Thinks Drake May is going to lead him maybe to the AFC championship.
May might be leading him to an AFC championship there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Where do you want to go next?
You want to finish
again? Hold on once.
There is a lot of shit in the air.
The cedar's in the air, man.
There's cedar. I'm telling you, man. I'm still struggling. Yesterday, I felt like hammered cat.
I've never had allergies till I got down here.
I felt great. I feel great today. But like I called my dad last night to check in. He's like, "Man, I don't know what's going on." He's like, "I feel horrible."
As soon as the cedar pops, my head and the oak starts popping, my head just starts pounding, man.
Yeah. Well, welcome to Austin. I tell you, that's they had to put that in the tourist flyers. If you don't want people to come to Austin, be sure and put in there how bad.
Somebody posted a video yesterday of why not to come to Austin.
Yeah.
He literally has to go like 20 minutes to get to his job. Why wouldn't you walk? If it's taking you it's 20-minute car ride, so I guess it does equate.
Yeah.
But it takes him over an hour and a half to get to work for 20, like usually a 20-minute
my lord
drive. Yeah. And this was downtown. So the video he was showing, it looked like it was 71 and 35. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
That's where that spurs and it's just a mess. And you try and merge onto a lane, a highway that's going from
one lane
down, constricted into two.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Hey, speaking of Austin roads, did you see that they figured out who that dude was that had the tire iron? They figured out who he was. They're looking for his ass now. That they know his name. They know everything.
No, I did not see that. So what do you want to do now? You want to go into you want to go into the football playoff, or do you want to go into the weekly NFL wrap up?
Yeah, you know what? Maybe we go to the NFL because this can wait. Because hell, none of this happens this weekend. We've got Army.
I kind of wanted to throw our shit out there first
Let's
before
Let's do it.
people got in there. So we've already given you the quarter or the first round, right? Now we got to go into the quarterfinal here. Oregon, I think, obviously we said Oregon doesn't get tested and they roll JMU. I think Texas Tech gets tested with a offense that can absolutely run away for their pass rush with Moore. I think Dante Moore got the ability to beat them through the air and with his legs. I think Oregon, I don't have a line on this yet, of course, but I think Oregon gets past Texas Tech.
Yeah, you're gonna. Oh shit! Sorry about that, Wag.
That's all right. We're about to see your feet. So you got to go to your real computer and then hit it. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. I think this is where here with Texas Tech, you're going to need a lot more than Jacob Rodriguez to stop that.
20-second timeout. Click that picture and make the picture bigger.
All right, hold on. Get out of here. Hold on. Let's go back over here. I got so many tabs open. There we go. How's that?
Okay, that's better. That's a lot better. I just didn't want to see your personal information.
Oh, there's nothing there. It's a bunch of new stuff. We kid about women. That's Instagram. But Chiron Moore. Yeah, you're going to need a lot more than Jacob Rodriguez there for Texas Tech if you're going to stop Oregon. I think Texas Tech's going to get bounced by Oregon. I think the party's over.
Yeah, I think Texas Tech's out. Texas Tech's finally going to see an opponent that can actually score some points here. I think Oregon gets past Texas Tech. Now, here we go. Bama and Indiana here.
I'm still, Wags, I'm still, I picked Bama, but I'm still kind of on the fence there.
You talked me into picking Bama.
Yeah.
I was going to take OU, but you talked me off of OU.
Now I'm kind of wavering, but still leaning to Alabama. I think whichever one of them it is going to get beat by 10. Is going to get beat by 10 with Indiana.
I think Indiana's for real.
I do too.
I don't think Alabama's playing their best football. As a matter of fact, I think they're playing it's not declining football, but they've been struggling in the last month, right? Where other teams have been playing up or playing some of their best football. Indiana, I questioned Indiana all year long, especially after they struggled against Penn State and then what they were able to do against Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game. It wasn't just their offense either; it was their defense too. So I think Indiana's for real.
I do too, and I think
Indiana beats. I think Indiana beats Bama. Did you say by 10?
Yeah, by 10.
Okay,
yeah.
that's
the bracket lays out good for Indiana. I think the bracket lays out nice for Indiana.
Bracket lays out fantastic for Oregon.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. But yeah, Indiana definitely.
Route, but like Oregon will play Indiana, but Oregon, besides Indiana, Oregon's got the best route.
Yeah. Good call. But then that next one, good old SEC matchup. If it's Ole Miss and Georgia.
Yeah, I think Ole Miss gets past Tulane. I think I think the margin of victory will be closer this time with Ole Miss and Tulane, but Ole Miss, obviously, they get past Tulane. We showed that in the first round. Ole Miss does not survive against the Dogs. Georgia moves on. Line on that is probably good for 10, I would say too.
Yeah, Georgia is just Georgia's about. I mean, we saw in the SEC championship, Georgia's already got it ramped up right now. This is Kirby Smart time right here. This is where we talk about the cream rising to the top and how well prepared and buttoned up they are. We're already starting to see that, and I don't think Ole Miss. You call it motivation, call it whatever you want to call it. I don't think you get motivated enough against that Kirby Smart defense.
Now, I know I joked around about Miami potentially beating Texas A&M, but ultimately I do think A&M gets their shit together and they get past the first round. I don't think they get out of the quarterfinal, though. Ohio State takes care of business. A&M gets bounced out in the quarterfinal there, leaving us with the semifinals of Oregon and Indiana, which could be probably the best game
that may be the championship game.
Well, I think it's the best game in the tournament.
Yeah,
right now. I mean, Georgia and Ohio State, that could turn out to be amazing, but barring no one gets hurt, of course, right?
Right.
Indiana takes care of Oregon, and Indiana moves on to the national championship. God, Rodney, the dogs go. The dogs are going to the championship.
I think so too.
Ohio State gets bounced. Ryan Day, I know that you're able to take care of Michigan or whatever, but there's always been some type of speed bump in your season. There's just always it's never been a clean season. You got the monkey off your back with Michigan. I think maybe a little bit of complacency sets in, and the dogs get you down.
To kind of go back a little bit, I think A&M is going to play Ohio State pretty damn close. I think pretty damn close. I think we go into the fourth quarter, and I think we still got us a little contest happening right there. And then A&M will make mistakes, and I think that may ride on the quarterback making mistakes when you're in a 3 to 6 point ball game. With Ohio State pushing out, but then I do take Georgia over Ohio State.
Yeah, all right. So Georgia versus Indiana in the national championship. Who you got?
Oh, man, damn it, man! I got to tell you, I think Georgia's just more physical. I think they're just more battle tested. They're going to be better prepared. I just think they're the more physical football team. And let's just, I don't care if they're in the SEC, the Big 10, the Big 12, the Big 15, whatever. I just think they're just more physical. I think that they're going to shut down Indiana and make it a defensive game.
Kirby can get up for games. I'll give you that. Kirby usually gets up for games, but Indiana's got the tools. Indiana's got the tools on offense, and they got the tools on defense, right? They hit the portal well. They got, probably one of the better, shit, he's the Heisman Trophy winner. He's going to be the Heisman Trophy winner.
Gonna win it.
Quarterback in the portal last year. So
yeah, this is where when I start thinking that, then I go back to the Indiana-Oregon game, where Indiana just flat fucking dominated Oregon.
But then they struggled with Penn State.
So, and that's where I think that Georgia will gouge.
Georgia's obviously battle tested, right?
Yeah. If that's our championship game, which I really think it will be, I got to go with Georgia. I think Georgia just win. I think Georgia's just
based off of what with like trench warfare. That's where you're going.
Just physicality.
All right, physical. Okay, so I will Thelma and Louise this with you. I'll take Georgia with you. I would, but I'll straddle. I'll do a bullshit take here. I'll straddle and say I would love to see Indiana win.
Me too.
I think Georgia's going to win.
So would you advise your clients?
I would advise my clients to take the dogs winning the national championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom McKay says that he thinks we're overrating the Big Ten, which
based on what I saw, I'm not overrating the Big Ten. I'm sitting here telling you that the SEC is going to win the national championship. I think a Big Ten school is going to be in the national championship with the SEC school, but the SEC school is going to win.
Because it still is, and it's not being an SEC homer. Again, I'll say that, but it's just a more physical league. To get through through the SEC, you've got to beat a better quality opponent. To what Tom is talking about, he mentions there that they haven't played the Big Ten, haven't played anybody, and I
agree with that. But I'm more focused on trench warfare and how Kirby tends to that year in and year out, where other schools somehow, some way, it's lost in their mind. So, or it's an afterthought.
We see it here with the team that we cover every damn day.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like I was trying to be remiss or trying to.
Yeah, it's like in that game, really good Texas teams get out physical in big on a big stage, and I just think that's what.
I think that Texas can absolutely play with Indiana too. Like absolutely. I'm not even going to open this door back up, but. I would love.
Yeah.
It sucks that we're not in it. So, but hey, let's go play Michigan. Let's go play Michigan.
Hey,
NFL. Let's go to the pro slot real quick.
They got stuff going on, Wags. They're going to be distracted. I don't even know if they're going to have. Well, I guess they do have a coach. I guess.
Did they name one? I didn't even see.
Who one of the assistants. I don't even know who it is.
Anyway. Ravens and Bengals, an AFC North bout right here. Who you like?
Baltimore
Baltimore's actually Baltimore is in spite of playing as poorly as they played the past couple of weeks, 2.5-point favorites on the road.
On the road. That's on the road. And Joe Burrow, big game Joe Burrow, and there's still a faint hope right there for the Bengals.
51.5 is the over-under on this right now.
Oh, man. I'm going to say wrong team favored. I think we get some Joe Burrow, especially you heard during the week where Joe Burrow said, I'll continue to play football as long as it's fun. And now people are saying, well, is he thinking about retiring? There's Joe Burrow again. Joe Burrow comes out
too much into that shit.
I know. I love it. I'm a mental case, dude. Literally.
Yeah. You watch them soap operas and shit. I don't pay any attention to that bullshit. All right. Yeah. You know what? I can't back that up. The Ravens got to figure it out, dog.
Yeah.
Got to figure it out. I think they do.
They better figure it out.
In spite of how poorly, or just not lethargic. They've had lethargic play the past couple of weeks. Maybe all their dudes are getting healthy. Maybe this is the time where everything starts to galvanize for them. And in spite of their lack of luster play, maybe they get this thing figured out and on the road in Cincinnati. I'm liking the Ravens here.
It's just really odd. And again, he's been hurt or whatever. It's just really odd seeing Lamar make mistakes that you just don't.
Not really. I mean, Lamar's kind of made he's only got 5 interceptions though on the year, right?
Yeah. In limited time,
right? I think. Hold on, I might be talking on my ass.
Yeah, no, I think he has more, but it's been in limited, and plus he's still hurt. I mean, I don't think that he's 100%.
That's the thing. Like, I know that he's not exactly Lamar of old Lamar where he's Superman and shit, but
yeah. I mean,
the thing that unlocks his bag is his ability to run. Right. And when you're reluctant, and again, he's able to make the throws while he's been in the pocket, but he's taking away the game that has made him the MVP, which is, rack off 200 yards through the air or 250 yards through the air and 100 yards on the ground.
And then
right?
at the same time, Wags, and then that
can't prepare for that.
Yeah, and then it opens up Derrick Henry. And
it all feeds off of each other, right? And then once everybody starts biting on Derrick Henry, Flowers gets behind everybody in the secondary.
Yeah,
so, say what you will, like people don't want to say that the Ravens are a passing team. I'm pretty sure Flowers is like top 10 or top 15 in terms of wide receiver yards production. Right? Yeah. Hold on, let me pull this up.
Damn, we got a good slate on Sunday.
It's a pretty good one. Let's
be driving all day.
I'll pull up those statistics for wide receivers there. But yeah, Commanders and Giants. Giants got to do the right thing here. They're favored, but the Giants got to do the right thing and find a way to lose this game. All right, make it entertaining, but you got to find a way to lose this game.
Well, and I hope that they do, because hopefully that'll put a little giddy up in the step of the Commanders to where they're going to be like, all right, we're finna go beat Philadelphia at least one time.
46.5 is the hook here. I don't even know if you get 46. I don't even know if you get 40. I mean, we could be looking at a 35-point total here.
Yeah.
That's how bad. I don't think either of these teams. That's bullshit. The Giants want to win. They just know they can't win. All right. Like if anybody has watched Jackson Dart this year, you know that somebody has been in his ear being like, dog, you got to chill the hell out. All right?
Well, and that
you're playing on too much of a high level right now. You got to come down a little bit. We got to get you some draft picks. All right.
And that's where you hope the Giants don't turn into the Falcons, or no, I guess you hope that the opponent doesn't turn into the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, where they're like, here,
where they allow you to win. Well, hell, it's the Commanders. If you allow the Commanders to win, now the Commanders are competing for first overall. So
yeah. And look, man, Zach Ertz. Ooh, that was painful to watch last week, by the way. Ouch. That
and
hurt.
I do I think 49ers are still playing for something. So I think the 49ers are going to take care of Tennessee, and Tennessee is going to have another loss. So
yeah.
There's no way that Tennessee is going to win. The Giants have to find a way to lose this game.
Yeah. But these AFC games, my Lord, this is where.
So Browns, where are you at with the Bears here? Are you a believer of the Bears?
Not really. I think that I'm a believer in the Bears to get through the regular season, maybe win this division, depending on what Green Bay does. But I think when you get into the playoffs, I think that level is going to the level physicality that we talk about, speed, schemes, all of that changes so much, and I just don't think that the Chicago offense is ready for that.
You know, usually the physicality wins in inclement weather because the speed's neutralized.
Absolutely. You know, they may get a home game. I don't know. I don't exactly.
The line here is, I was joking about the line with the Commanders and Giants. The line here is 38.5 for Bears and Browns.
Well,
a playoff team in a slate. Maybe they're thinking that all the points are going to come from the Bears here, but the Browns defense is going to have a say about that. So,
well, Myles Garrett's on a mission, and he's going to see this young quarterback, and he's like, let me rack up 2 or 3 sacks here today. So, in the games that the Browns are winning, Wags, all 3 of them have been
or you should say maybe the games that the Browns are losing haven't been exactly blowouts either. Like
exactly, yeah. And the ones that they've won,
I don't know the margin of victory right off the top of my head. But.
Yeah, no, I mean the Bears win this. I mean, if the Bears lose, I mean at home, you know, that only solidifies my thought on them even more.
Yeah,
not being
dogs, you know, absolute dog shit or bear shit rather. Probably one of the better games on the slate right here. I know that the Chargers aren't exactly the gatekeepers of the North or the West anymore. But dude, do they get their crown back? Do they look to take the crown off of? Well, I guess it would be the Broncos theoretically, right? Since the Broncos are at the top of the West. But
yeah,
I mean the Chargers, you know, they're in playoff contention here. They're looking to go dancing here. Does the Chiefs say not so fast? You're at Arrowhead. This is our branch of the woods or our neck of the woods here.
You know, Wags, I keep piling that dirt on the hole. That casket's in there, and I keep adding dirt, especially after the Houston game.
I'm reluctant to throw the dirt on there.
I know, and that's where I think that. This game being at home, I'm actually going to be there, close to there Sunday. I think the Chiefs live another week. Wags, the Chiefs live another week.
They're 5-2 at home.
Yeah.
Arrowhead's a very tough venue to play in. Usually the Chargers can't get out of their own way. Yeah. I don't even, Ladd hardly was involved in the offense last night or last week. I don't know how banged up he still is, and again, they're going through attrition as well with Justin Herbert too. So
yeah, KC 5 and a hook. I think that seems logical in this situation.
Right.
I mean, Kansas City's not going to beat them by.
I think Kansas City still stays on life support. They're in the hunt. They're still in the hunt,
and that's the scary part. That's for all these AFC
they can still strike from a distance here. Bills Patriots. This is. Probably the marquee matchup of the slate here for the noon games at least.
Why is that at noon? I'd have put that on Sunday night.
Why can't this get flexed into like a primetime slate? So
God, can you imagine that Sunday night football? Probably gonna be all cold over there. Ooh, man, that would be a barn burner. Where are we at here? 1 and a hook for Buffalo. Man,
I'm going Patriots, dude.
Me too.
I'm going Patriots. I know Josh Allen just finds a way to kill Giants.
Yeah, I think this Patriots team is different, man. This Patriots team is different.
They got their running game back. They got Stevenson, and they got they got Henderson as well. It's a nice little tandem there in that backfield.
And this
Hunter Henry's starting to be reinserted into the, or I guess, I mean, hell, probably Rob could probably tell us better than that. I feel like I'm seeing a lot more flashes of Hunter Henry getting involved, right? You have a wide receiver that can blow the top off the secondary with Diggs or carve you up inside the middle. In May is playing at an MVP level right now. Dude.
Unbelievable, man. And this is where I think like the opposite of the Bears. I just think that the Patriots, especially with an 11-2 record, you're going to win the division, may have the best record in the AFC. You're going to have home playoff games. That's where I think that this team is better built and playing at a level now to where when they get into the playoffs, they're ready for that change.
And you've seen a significant change in the Patriots defense this year.
Absolutely. Yeah. And
then to top that off, now you go to the Buffalo side. Like, besides Buffalo, we've talked about this, right? Like, Buffalo isn't killing you with wide receivers. No. Where are they beating you at through the air? With 3 tight ends.
Yep. That's it. That's exactly right.
Sorry, James Cook. And that's another running back that I'd be remiss if I didn't stay up there as top of the stalwarts for running backs there in the league. Like, James Cook is one of those dudes that has absolutely been dialed in here. So and everybody knows it too because they're stacking 8 in the damn box, and he's still able to get it.
Yep. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Yeah, I'm going with New England. I mean,
I think
I'm in on those dudes.
I know Josh Allen can rise up and strike down any foe, but the Patriots, I think the Patriots got the Bills number right now.
Yeah.
Raiders, Eagles. You got any interest in this? Can the Eagles find a way to make it 4 in a row?
I just want the Eagles to lose. I mean, I hope that they're all pissed off. Did you hear that they put a lucky rabbit in the locker room for their last game? They put up a lucky rabbit and took that shit down after the game. They're like, that's not going to work. You need that, Eagles? Go Raiders, go.
Go Raiders, go. All right, a couple more games real quick. Go on to the later games in the slate. Packers and Broncos. Is it go, Pack, go, or is it Broncos?
Super Bowl preview possibly right
Undefeated at home this year.
Give me the Broncos, man. But this is where I just think that once
Packers,
you get in,
Green Bay's favored 2.5.
Yeah. But I think the Broncos win. But when you get the Patriots and the Broncos, when they get into the playoffs, I think the Patriots are better built and prepared for a playoff run than the Broncos. Just a hunch, just a gut feeling, and I got a lot of gut. But yeah, give me Denver on Sunday.
All right, okay. All right.
Don't advise your clients.
Rams and Lions here. 54.5. The over/under. Rams favored by a touchdown.
I don't think they cover. I don't think the Rams cover, but I think the Rams win at home. I think home team wins. I think if this was in Pontiac, well, they don't play in Pontiac anymore. But I think if this was in Detroit, I think it would be a Detroit. Detroit needs this really bad because that North is awful tight.
So does the Rams. I mean, if the Rams want be at the top of the West,
home field,
the NFC West, they gotta win this out.
Yeah, and to win, and for NFC home field advantage, you definitely the Rams don't want to be going to Chicago or Green Bay. I mean.
I wouldn't want to go to Seattle.
No shit. I don't want Seattle coming to my house, for crying out loud. At this point, Seattle's scary.
Yeah, Seattle's sitting right up there at the top of the West with the Rams there. And Seattle's got themselves, their own little fight there with the Colts. Yeah, I'd say the Colts with Daniel Jones, but exactly, I don't think the Colts are gonna. It just sucks. That sucks for that fan base, right? Just losing the battle of attrition at the wrong time, man. And then one more before we get out of here and turn it over to the guys. Well, great little segue here to talk about Vikings and Cowboys with our little personal Nick Harris on here. What's up?
How we doing?
Doing well. Just going over the NFL slate. Jay Guns, how are you, sir?
I'm good. After we're done with Cowboys Vikings, I got 2 movies for you that I think you'd like, Wags. So,
are adult films or?
No.
It's Friday, man. I had to make you chuckle. It's Friday, dude.
Nick, are you wearing a suit?
I'll get your favorite adult films off the air.
Yeah. Nick, are you wearing a suit? Are you on trial?
No, not a suit. Just
are you wearing a suit?
I thought you had a blazer on.
You got on there, Nick. You got a leisure suit on there? What are you going on stage? You doing
it's like one of them like outdoorsy jackets, kind of.
Gotcha.
No, members only. All right, there you go.
Vikings Cowboys here. Vikings coming off an impressive 31-0 victory over the Commanders there. Do they find a way to kind of keep the mojo working here with the Dallas Cowboys team that's kind of knocking on the door to the playoffs?
I'll say this about the Vikings. What they do well defensively, I think plays into what the Cowboys do not do well offensively. Okay. The first part is the red zone defense. They have one of the best red zone defenses in the entire NFL. Cowboys have struggled in some games this year with scoring touchdowns in the red zone. That was a problem against Detroit. They went 1 of 3. And then also Brian Flores, their defensive coordinator, he blitzes on 49% of dropbacks, highest in the NFL by a large margin. And the Cowboys gave up 19 pressures last week against the Lions. And it's also expected Tyler Guyton, starting left tackle, will miss his 3rd consecutive game. So they're going to be throwing Nate Thomas back into the mix after he gave up 11 pressures last week. So I will say, though, Dak, his numbers against the blitz throughout his career.
Yeah, the ball comes out quick.
Yeah,
like
it comes out quick.
He's good under duress. Yeah,
they get it. So they're going to need a Dak performance on Sunday night to get through that. But even if the Vikings do find some success defensively, their offense has been so god awful. But I do wonder, is this the game where Justin Jefferson comes alive? For my fantasy team, hopefully so. I did not start Mike Evans last night, so I'm hoping that at least I did not start Kyle Pitts because, oh my God. If I didn't start Kyle Pitts, I would not be on this show.
Man, we were just talking about that legacy game, dude. Like, dude had one touchdown coming into this. One touchdown.
Who's a free agent next year?
Yeah.
They're gonna remember this game, right?
This game just made him like $10 million.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and got everyone who was done drafting him this year after whiffing on drafting in the last few years. He's got him locked in for next year. So.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
insanity, man. It's back at it. But why can't? Here's the thing: why can't they do this week in and week out? Right? How come you can't scheme to get this guy open like this? Why does he only have to be a unicorn one time in his career when they thought that this is supposed to be the norm?
Yeah,
week in and week out.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I saw a stat this morning that said he has his fantasy points last night are 7% of his career fantasy points.
I believe it. I've had that dude on like 5 or 6 fantasy teams, and he's never done shit for me.
Yeah, he's like the hot girl that just continues to show that she's crazy, and you just keep going back to her.
So
that's kind of it.
My kid has Kyle Pitts, and he's in the playoffs, right? And he's just like, what do I do? Like, should I have to play him, right? And I was like, I think, by default, I think you have to play him. So my kid was that close to benching him.
Yeah. Next week, 2 catches, 20 yards.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Back to it. Yeah. Back to it. So how you feel about the Cowboys? You feel like Cowboys can kind of get a win here on Sunday night?
I don't think they cover, but I think they win.
Yeah. I'm with you. Yeah.
It's going to be like a 24-20 type beat.
Yep.
5.5 spread is pretty weird.
It was 6.5 earlier in the week. It's been slowly creeping
down, right?
Hey, the MVP will win the game for you. Bring that leg out there. He'll take care of it for you.
Absolutely.
What's on the slate?
Talking some Texas stuff, portal stuff, potential bowl game opt-outs / opt-ins, some Cowboys, and of course Texas high school football. State semifinals this week. A lot of good games.
Where are you going?
Lake Travis.
I am not going.
Are you coming out? Are you on the road for Lake?
No, they play North Shore in Houston. I thought about going to that game and stopping by Willis today to see Jermaine, but I have a funeral to go to tomorrow, so I'll not be traveling this week. So
very sorry to hear that.
Yeah, all good.
Also,
but
Louisiana State Championships, Edna Carr and St. Augustine on Saturday. It's going to be a banger in the dome.
Are you heading there, Nick?
No, I would love to, but.
I'm pretty sure Edna Carr played St. Aug earlier this year and kicked their ass. Let me double check this.
Did y'all see the St. Aug radio call by chance of when they won on the final semi last week?
Yeah, in the 5th game of the season for Edna Carr, where Texas signee Hayward Howard goes, Edna Carr won 42-21. So.
Okay.
Edna Carr is a favorite for sure. Leonard Fournette ain't walking through them doors.
Yeah, Leonard Fournette ain't walking through that door. Thoughts on Texas 26 schedule? We kind of talked on the 26 schedule at the beginning of the show,
we'll do
but I'll
that
let you guys kind of get into that as well, man.
Okay,
cool.
Yeah,
November's going to be if November it looks like could be a very brutal part of the year next year, but ultimately I kind of agree with Jake here. It feels like it's easier than this year. Right, from looking at it from a blind eye. Of course, no Ohio State's on the schedule, but yeah, November could be a pretty brutal juggernaut, man.
Texas State, UTSA, man, upset specials, one of the two.
I just texted you that radio call, Wags. Take a look at it.
What's that?
I just texted you that radio call from last week.
I just saw it. I haven't checked it out. But
I can only imagine. Is it one of these radio calls drive me crazy? Last thing, guys, where it's like here we come. It's and our guy. No, don't say that. Just call it.
Hey,
I got to get out of here, man. You all have a great day.
Wags, real quick. The 2 movies.
Yo,
you might have seen these. One it's called Bugonia. It came out on streaming platforms at the end of November. Jesse Plemons, who got his career kick-started by Friday Night Lights. He's from Mart, Texas, by the way.
Yeah, I know Jesse Plemons. I know who Jesse Plemons is.
Pretty much the main character. And him and his cousin, who's like half brain dead,
what is it called?
kidnapped this CEO.
Like this show.
What's it called?
It's called Bugonia, Bugonia. It's great reviews. It's a good movie. But him and his like brain dead cousin kidnapped the CEO because she is a CEO for a company that basically killed his family in one way or another by being shady. And it's really good at making you uncomfortable. But it's a great movie. A lot of twists. And then the other movie I watched last night, it came out like this week on streaming platforms. It's called Roofman, and it's based on a true story. This dude is ex-military and smart guy. No, not this brightest.
So what are you saying? There's not smart people in the military?
Hold on. Let me finish. This guy, who's played by Channing Tatum, by the way, so y'all's wives will want to watch this too.
I'll want to watch it.
Yeah, okay, but Roofman is based on this guy who breaks into McDonald's by breaking in through the roof
McRib.
of the McDonald's because he figured out all these McDonald's are the same. He starts breaking in. He eventually gets caught and goes to prison. He escapes from prison and then lives in a Toys R Us for 6 months.
Oh, I heard about that. I heard
this is based on a true story.
We will watch this tonight.
Yeah, but Wags, I think you'll like both of them. Very different types of movies, but they're good.
For sure. The one with Clemens looks like an independent flick.
Yeah, I mean, it was in a bunch of like film festivals and stuff, and apparently it's like an adaptation of a movie that came out in Italy in like 2002 that was based on a book, and it's like I guess the American version. But yeah, Bugonia. Definitely recommend that, and Roofman definitely recommend that. So, yeah.
And by the way, Nick, that play-by-play guy, they need to take his headset away and run that shit over. He doesn't need to call a game ever again.
That was incredible. The Cajun accent, everything. It's just unreal.
All right, boys, I'm gonna get out of here, man.
All right, boys.
Have a great weekend.
See y'all later.
See you.
You know how
Arc Raiders, by the way, Arc Raiders. Thank you guys for the tip. I know it wasn't you guys, but the people in the stream told me to check out this game, Arc Raiders. It's the next hot game out there, man.
No, you know how like if you do like the ancestry thing, I don't know if you've ever done the ancestry thing or if like one of your family members has, but like if you do the ancestry family tree, you find out that like you have like one celebrity that is like a third cousin or some shit. Like it like almost everybody kind of sort of does. Jesse Plemons is mine, by the way. He's like a third cousin or something. It's strange.
Yeah, the most famous people I'm related to, on my mom's side, her maiden name is Clark, and loosely related to Lewis and Clark, I think it was. He did like an expedition on the west side of the U.S. however many years ago.
It would be Clark, not Lewis.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it was like their group was Lewis and Clark. You know what I mean? And then on my dad's side, I don't know. Rodney's in the background laughing at something. On my dad's side, Rod, you want to hop back in here? What's up?
The Lewis and Clark thing. Okay. No.
Yeah, but
well, it's not Lewis.
Yeah, get backstage, Rodney. But and then on my dad's side, my great uncle, it's my dad's half brother. Is like one of the richest dudes in Mississippi. I've never met this guy, but was a lawyer and got a crazy payout because he represented like shipyard union workers down in the Delta. He's from Mississippi, and then whenever Big Tobacco went down, and they proved that it was causing cancer, he was one of the main lawyers in that case. And then his third biggest one was when Katrina hit and killed everyone and just destroyed the Gulf Coast. All the insurance companies were like, hey, you had rain damage, you had flood damage, but all this is from wind damage. And they tried to, screw all those people and sued a bunch of insurance companies. And he was one of the main lawyers on that. And then actually ended up going to prison because he tried to bribe a judge while he was in prison. He wrote a book that became a New York Times bestseller. And he's one of the biggest Ole Miss donors. I'm pretty sure he has his name on a few buildings, but yeah, never met the guy. Hoping I can whenever Texas goes to Ole Miss. That'd be famous people I'm related to. But yeah, all right. So want to start it off clearing some things up from yesterday. Derek Williams is going in the portal, not practicing with the team.
This
to the
sucks.
bowl game.
This sucks.
Hold on. Let me take this toy from my dog. It's going to annoy me.
Parenting. Derek Williams hitting the portal really sucks. And also, Jordan, I know you can hear me, and I want to hear your thoughts. Is Wardell Mack going in the portal or not? Like, what's going on there?
Yes, that's what I was getting to next. He is not going in the portal. We have, in fact, been told he is staying. So we'll see if that's the case.
Was that a situation where it was like, okay, I'm going to get in, and then they kind of ponied up and kept him around, or he was never going to begin with?
So he never actually announced it himself and didn't send it to Hayes Fawcett either. It was Inside Texas who actually reported it. And then Eric, on our site, Eric Henry, aggregated it, credited them, said per reports. Inside Texas later reported they were told he isn't going in the portal, but that they stand by their reporting. And then we heard from our sources at Horns 24/7 he is in fact staying. So that's kind of the lay of the land with that situation. So good news for Texas. I mean, pretty much the guy you look at to take over at nickel if Grayson Littleton ends up being moved to corner, outside corner. And if not, I mean, Wardell Mack is one of the more experienced, like, returning defensive backs for next year's team. So good news they can keep him. Also want to say, too, these things are very fluid. If he ends up in the portal next month, don't come saying, I said he was staying, because these things are fluid. I still think there's a chance he's not on the team next year, but lean towards him being on the team next year. So, yeah. So that's where Wardell Mack and that situation's at. Yesterday, the SEC released the 2026 schedule with dates. The schedule had already been out, but dates were not assigned to the conference game. So here's a look at it. If anyone has a better graphic than this, let me know. Starting with Texas State at home in DKR, then Ohio State. Sorry?
Sorry. Go ahead.
Then Ohio State in DKR, UTSA in DKR, and then the first road game, first SEC game of the schedule on the road in Knoxville in Neyland Stadium, one of the craziest environments, craziest stadiums. I think a lot of people saw that when Oklahoma traveled up there. Hopefully Texas can avoid a night game. Okay, sweet. Double R just sent me a better, more visually appealing, aesthetically pleasing graphic. God, hold up. This has to be on Texas's Twitter. Yeah, I mean, the first three, the non-conference games have been locked in for a while with dates. So, yeah, oh, wow. Another kid just opted out of his Michigan side, or out of his Michigan paperwork, but it's a kid that Texas won't have interest in. He kind of stinks. All right, here's Texas's 2026 schedule, a better view of it. 3 home games in a row, non-con, and then on the road at Neyland. They then get a bye week after the first SEC game of the year versus the Volunteers. Then they're in Dallas. I believe – can't remember if Texas was the home or away team this year. They're the home team. I'm pretty sure.
I think they're going to be the away team next year. I could be wrong.
Yeah, and then Florida and DKR, Ole Miss and DKR, Ole Miss and Mississippi State back-to-back. That's kind of interesting. And then on the road at Mizzou, on the road at LSU, Arkansas at home, and then A&M and Kyle Field. So not great, considering the fact that they're going to play 8 games in a row. The last 8 games. But, when you look at this, the schedule that Texas was given in 2025, and they were away from Austin for the entire month of October. Yes, they were the home team in Dallas for the Red River Shootout, but, I mean, you know what I'm saying. So the things I like about this schedule, outside of the road game at Tennessee, the bulk of the tough road games are at the end of the schedule. It's a lot better to start out with those to have those at the end of the schedule than to go right into playing road games. And that is kind of evidenced by the fact that Texas got their ass kicked by Florida in Gainesville this year. So hopefully something similar doesn't happen, versus the Volunteers in week 4 of the season. But I don't know, any thoughts on the schedule from you or folks in the comments?
Yeah, I think it's fascinating that they don't have a true road game between September 26th and November 7th. Like that stretch should benefit them. And it depends on what Oklahoma team they field next year. I'm sure Mateer might be back, but overall, I think that's going to really benefit them. Getting the bye week before Texas OU, that'll really help as well. But that stretch in November is going to be tough. At Mizzou, not an easy place to play. At LSU, not an easy place to play. Arkansas, you should handle business, and then at A&M, that's not going to be easy either. So fascinating, though. I am looking forward to seeing how that all shakes out. Back-to-back years, though, that Arkansas plays in Austin, though, right?
Yeah, and I mean they're playing Florida back-to-back years as well, and I mean Florida is not one of Texas's 3 annual opponents like A&M, Arkansas, and Oklahoma are. So that's kind of interesting. They're also playing or will be playing Mississippi State 3 years in a row as well. So yeah, and since it's Texas, other SEC fans and college football fans are going to be like, well, they dodged Bama and Georgia. Well, they do play Ohio State, and they do play Bama and Georgia in the same season next year. So, and it's not like Texas made the schedule either. It's the SEC. So, yeah. One thing I also think is interesting, they're going to be playing 4 first-year head coaches. John Summerall at Florida, Pete Golding at Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin at LSU, and Ryan Silverfield at Arkansas. Also worth mentioning, Tennessee has a new defensive coordinator, Jim Knowles. Was at Oklahoma State for some time, then went to Ohio State. I believe he was in Columbus for 2 years. And then this season he was in Penn State. Gave Texas Steve Sarkisian and Quinn Ewers some fits at Oklahoma State. They run he runs variations of like a 3-high safety look, kind of what Arkansas was running against Texas last season when Texas struggled to really put up points in Fayetteville. So it'll be interesting with Tennessee. I mean, they have some really good personnel. They've recruited defense pretty well, specifically linebacker. But, his Penn State defense didn't quite look like it did at Ohio State because he didn't have Caleb Downs back there. So curious what it'll look like at Tennessee.
We going to Baton Rouge, Jordan?
Yeah, I'd love to. That'd be awesome. Probably won't be going unless I'm on the field, though, to be honest with you. Because, I mean, tickets are going to be expensive, and also I don't know. I mean, it's not like going to a Philadelphia Eagles game wearing a Cowboys jersey, but, I don't know. And if that's a night game, most of their home games are night games. It's going to be a crazy environment, atmosphere, and it'd be cool to be on the field. So, yeah. Other stuff I want to talk about. Samari Matthews, who David Keith Williams brings up in the comments here, taking home the state of North Carolina's Mr. Football Player of the Year. Pretty impressive. He is the first defensive player to ever win the award. And the award is given out by the Charlotte Observer. He beat out a senior quarterback. I don't know where the kid's going. He's not like a big-time recruit, but a productive high school player. And then another kid he beat out is an interior D lineman who is going to play at South Carolina next year. He's a top 247 kid. So, yeah, I mean, what a job by Samari. And how about this quote? He did play in a state championship game that he won last night, so maybe he's been thrown at more. But going into the state championship game, this season in 13 games, he's only been thrown at 15 times. He's intercepted 2 of them.
Hell yeah.
Pretty good. Here's a look at the previous winners for those on audio only. 2020 was Henry Rutledge at Charlotte Christian. I have no idea who that is. Spring 2021, Dalen Smothers at Chambers. Don't know him either. And then fall 2021, Marion Hampton, who is now Los Angeles Chargers running back. And then back-to-back years, Jaden Davis out of Providence Day. Ended up at Michigan, probably going to enter the portal just because he's never going to play at Michigan with Bryce Underwood there. And that's if he hasn't entered the portal already. And then in 2024, Faison Brandon won it as a junior. Faison Brandon was the number 1 overall prospect for most of the cycle, but got bumped out in favor of Keyshawn Henderson. Still a top 5 prospect in the 2025 class. And then you're those guys, Samari Matthews.
You might not you might not know Dalen Smothers right now, but you will come draft time. He's going to be a top 3 round pick.
Where's he at?
Running back at North Carolina State.
Yeah, Texas quite literally never recruited the state of North Carolina up until this cycle. So, and even then, they didn't really recruit the state of North Carolina all that much. It was kind of Samari Matthews. And that really came about because Mark Orphy was recruiting him at Rutgers, and they had a previous relationship there. But went out with a bang. Huff, ended up winning 21-0 in the state championship over Raleigh Millbrook. Huff plays in the largest public school classification in the state of North Carolina, so pretty damn impressive. He was wearing custom cleats with smoke on it. His nickname is Smoke Matthews. And I assume he didn't win MVP or else I would have seen it, but he did win the sportsmanship award for the state championship game. I didn't even know that was a thing. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, what a career for him. David Keith Williams asked, what is your view on him? Many in North Carolina view him highly. Yeah, I mean, I love him. I think he should be ranked higher. Right now, he's our number 114 overall prospect. I've talked about it a lot. I see some Cade Phillips in him. More, weight on his bones, broader shoulders, more of a true kind of a boundary corner. Whenever I hear boundary corner, I always think of Ryan Watts and guys that kind of look like him or built like him. In the position he played at Texas, his boundary corner. But with Samari, I mean, super physical, long arms, I believe a +6, +7 wing, really good pressing at the line, a lot of experience in man coverage. And, I mean, he's going to play year one. I do think he'll end up getting probably about the same snaps that Cade Phillips did prior to, like, the final 4 games of the year, usually between, 5 and 10 per game. He can help on special teams. He's a sub-11 kid. So a lot of things to like about him. If I was in charge of rankings, I'd probably put him somewhere in round 2 between 33 and 64. But, hey, rankings finalized in late January or early February, so he still has a shot to move up. I'm a big fan of him, but also want to, bring up that he is the guy Texas is by far and away the most excited about of their 4-man secondary class that has Matthews, Hayward Howard Jr., Yaheem Riley, and Teray Davis. By far and away the guy they're most excited about. They can't wait to get him on campus next month. So shout out to him. Really good, big recruitment to win for Texas. They beat out South Carolina, Miami, and Florida State, who had been recruiting him for years when Texas didn't join the race until February. And it is kind of a cool story. He did have the relationship with Mark Orphy when he was at Rutgers. But at a 7-on-7 tournament in February, he did an interview with Tom Loy, and Tom was like, hey, man, you got pretty much every offer in the country already. Are there any ones you're still really wanting? And he said, I really want a Texas offer. I've always liked them. I've always been, attracted to them. And now they have a coach on their staff who is recruiting me at Rutgers. So I have a relationship with them too. I'd love to get offered. And Texas saw that and offered him the next day. So he wanted to be at Texas before they even offered him. And, ended up coming to fruition once he committed in the summer over South Carolina, Miami, and Florida State. Never took any visits elsewhere and was locked in the whole way through. Great kid, great parents, great family. And again, I can't say it enough. Like, folks in Austin are so excited about him. So he'll be great. So yeah, looking at some of these other things. So I want to talk about opt-outs from the bowl. Horns 24/7 is hearing Michael Taff is in fact going to play in the game. So we'll see.
Baller. What a program guy.
Yeah, Anthony Hill will not. Haven't fully confirmed it. Malik Muhammad not expected to. Trey Moore not expected to. Very strange, but it's looking like Jalen Gilbo's not going to play.
Okay.
Yeah, he played less than 5 snaps for. He played less than 5 snaps for A&M and got benched for Cade Phillips and Kobe Black. So
makes sense.
I mean, I don't know. But yeah, other guys that look like they're playing, or at least they're practicing: Jelani McDonald, Hero Canoe, Cole Brevard, Travis Shaw, Trevor Gooseby, Jack Endries, DJ Campbell, and DeAndre Moore are all practicing. Have been practicing this week. So yeah, going to be interesting. Sorry. It's going to be interesting seeing, who else ends up opting out and who doesn't. But Main thing I'm excited to see all the young players. I mean, Cade Phillips should end up starting. I think he actually started versus A&M. Should, maybe see some more rotation with the receivers. Trevor Goosby's playing. It'll probably be, the same exacto line, especially with Campbell playing. And then, hey, Baxter, he's gone. Trey Wisner, big game for him. James Simon, Christian Clark, going to see a lot of them. And then on linebacker, you get a kind of a preview of what next year looks like without Anthony Hill. I know, we all kind of saw that versus A&M too. Yeah. And, I mean, at corner, a lot of youth is going to be on display without Malik Muhammad expected to play and Jalen Gilbo likely to opt out. So yeah. Let's see, looking at some of these comments. Won't Tennessee have a new quarterback next year? Yeah, it could be Faison Brandon or a kid who will be in year 2 or year 3, George McIntyre. But it might be Faison Brandon. I mean, they're paying him out the ass, and so much so that they want him to start as a freshman. And also, he's really talented. He's a top 5 prospect. So much, much, much better mental eval and family and background than Nico Iamaleava. But I think it'll be a similar situation where he's the man from day one and kind of walks in and starts day one. Even though, if I'm not mistaken, Iamaleava kind of traded reps to Joe Milton his first year. So, yeah. Let's see. Michigan, Bama, Georgia in 2027.
Well, don't got to worry about Michigan.
Well, I mean, Bryce Underwood in year 3.
You think Bryce Underwood's going to stick around for that disaster? I think he's out of there.
Dude, I have a buddy. I bring up this guy a lot. He's a big Michigan fan, and he's like so scared of losing him. And I'm like, dude, he's not going anywhere.
I don't know, man.
Dude, they're paying him like $4 million a year right now.
You don't think anybody else wouldn't?
No. What I think is Michigan will exceed whatever anyone else tries to offer him. That's the one guy they can't lose. And also, like, I brought up about a month ago, a few weeks ago, that Chiron Moore could get fired, and it would be for cause, most likely. But part of that, too, the boosters and big money donors at Michigan were not big fans of him. And they looked at it and said, hey, I'm not going to call Underwood a generational talent, but he's a talent Michigan hasn't had at Michigan, or Michigan hasn't had a quarterback in decades, like actual decades. And it probably will be decades until they have another guy as talented as him. You have to maximize the window and what you have. And they looked at Chiron Moore, the run-first offense, former O-lineman, all that. They're like, yeah, we want a high-passing attack. Who are the main guys linked to the Michigan job right now? Kalen DeBoer and Lincoln Riley. If they get one of those two, Underwood's going to stay. They're going to hit him in the face with a money bag. They'll offer more than anyone else will when they try to tamper with him. Like, he's the one guy they can't let leave. And also, like, he's obviously from Michigan. I don't think that ended up mattering that much with his recruitment because they didn't win it until they offered a ridiculous amount of money. And then he flipped from LSU. But, I mean, the main relationship he had on the LSU staff was Joe Sloan. That dude's at Kentucky.
Yeah.
Kentucky can't afford him, and he wouldn't go there anyway. So I think he's going to stay. He's the face of the Michigan program, was the face of the Michigan program as a true freshman. He's unreplaceable. Like, they will do anything in their power to keep him. I don't think there's any way he's not a Michigan Wolverine next year. They can lose anyone else but him. That's the guy. So, yeah. Nathan asks, so every day Jabbar Jalouk isn't announced as Texas's running backs coach. Is that a hint he is not the guy? Potentially. With Jalouk, it was the first guy to emerge as kind of a favorite or as a league candidate. I think that's still the case. And, hey, sometimes these things take time. I mean, like, with Johnny Nansen, I remember Texas announced him in, like, mid to late January. I think it was around the 20 or 21st of January. And, I mean, Chip and, people in our company were texting about him very likely being the hire on, like, January 4th. So sometimes these things take time. One thing I do think is interesting, Frank Wilson, still not, it's still up in the air if he's going to be retained at LSU. I think a lot of that rides on how long Ole Miss is in the playoffs and what Lane Kiffin ends up doing. I mean, he's a 50-year-old child. But longer it goes out, I think that might mean something for Frank Wilson. So I guess stay tuned with the running backs. But yeah, looks like Nanson's trying to get the Washington State job. Shit, I mean, I haven't seen that, but wouldn't be super surprising. I mean, he played there with Jeff Banks and them too, so that could be interesting. Let's see. Warren Roberson opt out. No, I actually checked in with someone close to Warren Roberson because he was a guy that seemed like a potential guy to go in the portal. And the person told me he's for sure staying. So that'll be interesting. Texas has kind of talked about wanting to run more man coverage next year. Warren Roberson, some people in the program believe he's the best man-to-man corner in the program, but they can't really trust him to run zone because he'll like blitz on cover 2 in practice. So with that, he could have an interesting role next year. I mean, he needs to get the hell off the special teams units, but at actual corner, he hasn't been horrible. He could maybe, man it. So, I mean, I don't know. Looking like he'll stay. Does Gilbo get drafted? Probably not. If he does, it's like Mr. Irrelevant or 7th round. I mean, you haven't heard anything on Gilbo in the draft.
I could see someone swinging on him late day 3 for special teams value and nickel value, because nickel value really starts to increase on day 3. So the fact that he's had so much experience at nickel, I could see him get drafted for that.
Yeah, but I mean, he's been at Texas 4 years. He played nickel the first 2 years, but really hasn't the last 2.
Yeah, just the experience.
Well, actually, he did last year because that was when Jade got moved. So, yeah, I get what you're saying. What Chris said, is there any chance we can get Billy Glasscock back to take over the GM role? No. Lane Kiffin brought him to LSU. That's not happening. And Brandon Harris, unless he leaves Texas, that GM role is going to continue to be his.
I didn't think Billy Glasscock was all that anyway.
Yeah, I don't either. He got a lot of credit for stuff he probably shouldn't have been given as much credit for. Good dude, good at his job, but like he's not. You really don't point to any one guy and say that's the reason Texas has been successful over the years. But if you are, you're not pointing to Billy Glasscock.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's no way. David Keith Williams said he saw a mock draft prior to the beginning of the season that listed Gilbo as a first-round pick.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about all that.
Let's see.
Must have been done by like never mind. Surly horns.
Antoine said, will Rocky Cummings play behind Ty Anthony Smith or Leon Lafau? He's going to be interesting. So next year, I think Leon Lafau, I mean, he started 20-something games in a row. Expect that to remain the case. And then Ty Anthony Smith, I think, will be starting next to him. I expect Brad Spence to take over the role that Trey Moore played this season as kind of that Sam backer, hybrid edge backer defender. And then I think Bo Barnes and Tyler Atkinson will rotate in behind Leonga, Ty Anthony Smith, and that's also where I think a potential transfer would fit in. Regarding the 3 freshmen and Rocky Cummings, Atkinson is a true Mike. He really can play any backer position. I could see Texas kind of use him how they did with Anthony Hill as kind of like not a one-trick pony, but like, hey, we're going to dumb this down for you so you're not overthinking too much your first year in college. You're going to rush off the edge and have one specific job each game, and kind of like just a pursuit defender where they tell them to go chase the ball. Because that's basically what they did early on in 2023 with Anthony Hill, and gave him more responsibility, a bigger role as the season went on, and he got his feet, more wet. But regarding Cummings, he's kind of similar to Kosi Okpala from a frame play style perspective, where, I mean, he could end up as a full-time edge, as a full-time off-ball backer, or kind of a tweener in that Trey Moore, Sam linebacker role. So they like him a lot. Looking into him, I like his tape, the basketball background, the fact that he caught like 14 passes as a senior and 11 of them are touchdowns, and they would just throw fade balls to him in the red zone. I love that. But I really was kind of surprised, Steve Sarkisian in his signing day press conference like raved and glowed about Cummings almost more than he did anyone else, which was kind of interesting to me. I was not expecting that, but yeah. Rodney Smith says, I think hiring Jaluk hinges entirely on whether the ball is attached. I don't think so. You know, Texas fans are going to love to dream about Jaden Blah. I think it's like less than a 1% chance that dude ends up in the portal. Because what I brought up with Bryce Underwood, that's what Lagway is for Florida, but the number 2 guy that can't lose is definitely Jaden Blah. Because Vernell Brown and Dallas Wilson aren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Finals, Jordan. Let's pick some semifinals.
All right, cool. I got it pulled up and ready to go.
Last night, a big upset win. Joaquin beat Refugio. That was a shocker to me, 37-28. That was the big result from last night to me. Munster Groover was probably the best game last night, but Munster going back to AT&T Stadium.
Hey, shout out Joaquin for beating Refugio, because regardless if Refugio won or lost in the state game, the coach would have spent half the press conference like he does every year when they go to state, complaining about how the state game is in Arlington and not in Houston or San Antonio or Austin, how they don't rotate it. So shout out to Joaquin. Here's a look at the Friday slate, today's slate. You just want to go from left to right?
Yeah, Lone Star Alito. I toyed with this one back and forth. I picked Lone Star officially, but I could see Alito winning this game. Alito nuked Ryan last week. Has me thinking Alito's playing their best ball right now, but I pick Lone Star begrudgingly.
Man, I'm going Alito. You got to beat the man to be the man. And Lone Star, as good as they've looked, as fun as they've looked, they haven't played an Alito type of squad quite yet. So got to go with the Bearcats. Smithson Valley, or go ahead.
I'm hoping Port Arthur Memorial pulls this out, and I think they have a good shot.
Smithson Valley versus Port Arthur Memorial.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. I mean, Port Arthur Memorial has the advantage with athletes. It's not remotely close.
Yeah.
Smithson Valley, you know, they have more experience in this situation. Port Arthur Memorial, those kids have never played this far in the playoffs. Smithson Valley has competed and gone to state, I think, 2 of the last 3 seasons. So I'd love to see PA get it done, but, you know, if I was a betting man, I probably would take Smithson Valley to win, but I'd love to be wrong. Bernie and Richmond Randall, that game is already over. Richmond Randall's winning.
Yeah.
They have Landon Williams Callis and Bernie doesn't, so pretty easy. South Oak Cliff and Melissa, these 2 teams have matched up in the playoffs like what feels like 4 or 5 years in a row. Each time Sock has beat them and advanced on to either win or play in the state championship game. I like the Golden Bears. What are you thinking?
Melissa has a really good team this year, much better team than they've had the last few years, but it's at the Cotton Bowl. Dallas ISD is going to be represented. It's going to be a good crowd. I think Sock wins in a close one.
Yeah. I'm excited to tune into that. The Cotton Bowl, that has to be the first night game there since I don't know when, you know.
They had a playoff game there. My goodness. They had a high school playoff game there in like 2017, and I think that's the last time that they played a night high school game there.
Wow. I was in Waco at the Willis DeSoto game. Went down there with Adam Sandoval, good friend of the show, and longtime Dallas guy. Grew up in GP. His family has a stand. He works at the fair, and I was like, I didn't even know they had lights at the Cotton Bowl that actually work. And he's like, no, they do. Like there's a soccer team that plays there. That's their home stadium. They have night games all the time. I was like, what? Did you know that?
Oh yeah, the State Fair Classic's been there forever too.
No. But a soccer team plays
the
there.
women's soccer team. They just started playing there like 2 years ago.
Okay. Yeah, I had no idea that was a thing. Rodney, to answer your question on where is the Smithson Valley PA Memorial game, it is at Katie's Legacy Stadium at 7:00 tonight. Katie
it's like a perfect halfway point. That is like a perfect halfway point. Salina and Stephenville, with or without Bo Bentley, I think Stephenville wins this game. It sounds like it's going to be without, though, for Salina.
Damn, this is like, who do you not like more? The team that named their stadium after Art Briles, or a team that covered up, some really fucked up incidents with the head coach's son? Can these dudes tie and neither advance, and they just name whoever comes out of the other side of the bracket state champ? I don't know. I don't know either of these teams well. If Bo Bentley isn't playing, that can't be good for Salina. So
Stephenville.
I'll agree with you on that.
Give me Kilgore. Lavernia has been a good story this year, but I don't think they get past the Kilgore machine.
They don't.
Carthage and Brock is going to be fascinating. Brock, there's a stat that on Twitter last week that they've only been open as a school like 15 years, and they've been in the state semifinals 13 of those years. It's something crazy like that. Like Brock just continues to find their way into December football. But I think Carthage gets this one done for sure.
You said they've been open for about 15 years. How many state champions?
Yeah.
How many state rings does Carthage have? Is it more than 15?
No, they don't have more than 15. No team has more than 15. But I think Carthage is at like 11, though, 11 or 12. Carthage and Aledo are going back and forth every year about who is taking the title of the most titles. If that makes sense.
Yeah, well, Aledo hasn't won one since Caden Finley was a freshman, which would have been the 2022 season.
Yeah.
So Carthage won last year. I'm going Carthage. I know Brock, they're a well-coached team. They always have guys that might not be college players, but they're great high school players. Kind of a interesting story. That little white running back for Georgia that only plays on third downs and fourth downs, and they throw him out of the backfield, Cash Jones. He was a walk-on and went to Brock.
I remember him. Now that you mentioned that, I remember him. That is fascinating.
Yeah, that kid went to Brock and was a walk-on that Georgia just totally sniped on the eval. And they have since moved him to scholarship. So, he's kind of been a staple at Georgia, even though he doesn't have a huge role. He's been consistent, and he's played a lot the last 2 years. So, shout out to them. Sinton, West Orange, Stark. Who you got?
I think this could be a banger, but I'm going to take Was. I think just Was being in this predicament multiple times over the course of the past decade will give them the edge here. But Sinton has taken down some Coastal Bend powerhouses on their way to the state semis.
Yeah. Hey, who's back in West Orange, Stark? Earl Thomas.
Very fun. Very fun.
Yeah. His house burned down, and
I heard about that. Yeah.
Fair amount of people down there think it's insurance fraud, but never, didn't get charged with anything. Got the check. So shout out to him. Grandview, Peaster, who you got there?
Yeah, Peaster has been very sneaky out in Parker County this year, and I think Peaster gets this done. I think they take down Grandview.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Grandview besides I drive through there on 35 West going south to Austin. So
3AD1 got completely flipped on its head last week. So Grandview, Peaster, and then Llano and Yukon, these are the 3AD1 matchups. Both of these got completely flipped on their head last week. All four underdogs won. And so you have four teams in here that probably shouldn't be here, but they're going to find their way to AT&T Stadium one way or the other. Two of them will. I think it's going to be Peaster and Llano.
Yeah. Yukon, I would love to see them get it done. Got nothing against the Yellow Jackets, but there's a kid at Yukon that's signed with SMU that I found midway through his freshman year.
Nice.
And I'm blanking on his name, but he's this 6'3", 190-pound kid who's a positionless player. I have no idea what he's going to play at SMU, but as a freshman, he triple jumped 40-something feet, went sub-11, and was verified 6'3", 190, played offense, defense, also basketball. Just had a weird improvement. Yeah, Xavier Barnett. And then they have this kid that's a freshman running back who's a monster named Jamarquise Robinson. And he's only 5'7". He obviously needs to grow because he's not, probably if you're going to be 5'7", you got to be Landon Williams Cal special to make it. But as long as he grows, he'll be just fine. Should be a power forward kid. I watched his freshman tape and I'm yeah, this kid's got it. He's going to be just fine. And he's kind of their star on offense. Gunter versus Wall. Who you got there?
Yeah, this is another stinker, but Gunter, I think, gets it done for sure.
Yeah, agreed.
And then this last one is my sicko game of the week. Shiner, the powerhouse that they've been for the better part of the last 3 decades, going up against Keegan Ash and the machine that he has built at Mount Enterprise this year. After totaling over 600 yards, 500 of them rushing last week, and a huge win over Tidehaven, I believe. They are now in the state semifinals. Keegan Ash, I'll tell you what, if you don't know the name, man, go watch his film from last week. He's going to Texas Tech next year. Sounds like he might get a shot at running back. We'll see, but they recruited him as a linebacker. But I'm hoping Mount Enterprise wins so that we can see that show on display at AT&T Stadium next week.
Same. I'm not going to probably go to state that year or that day unless Mount Enterprise makes it, because I do want to see Keegan Ash. For those that don't know, he broke what I believe is a 70-plus-year-old rushing record that was held by Kenneth Hall and Keegan Ash, who might end up playing linebacker, probably will end up playing linebacker at Tech. He's now the all-time leading rusher in the state of Texas for Mount Enterprise. And Mount Enterprise is the same school that produced the TCU running back that was awesome during their run to the title game. What's his name? He was one of your favorite players that year.
Say that again.
The TCU running back that went to Mount Enterprise that went bonkers during the year they went to the title. Not DeMarcado.
Oh, Kendra Miller?
Yes. Is he still in the league?
He is. He's with the Saints. Unfortunately, tore his ACL for the second time earlier this season.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well,
very, very, very messed up.
Might be unseated as Mount Enterprise's biggest product. All right, let's pick these Saturday games. We got 4 big ones. Duncanville, Allen. Who you got?
Give me Allen. I think Allen gets it done. Just do it. Just pick them. You can do it.
I think Duncanville wins, but I would like to see Allen, because if they make it and like Travis says, we get a rematch of the 2017 state championship game.
Yeah.
Where Hank Carter and Lake Travis spotted Allen a touchdown the first play of the game because they played Matthew Baldwin on a torn ACL, who stepped back, didn't practice the entire week, and his leg gave out, and scoop and score first play of the game for a touchdown. Hudson Card came in as a sophomore, nearly saved the day. They were down 17, I believe, at one point, ended up losing by 1 score. Garrett Wilson, that was kind of everyone that hadn't known about him by that point. That was their introduction to him. Kind of a cool story. Garrett went into that game ranked in the 200s as a prospect. Allen had Theo Lease, who was the #1 receiver in the country at the time. And Garrett ended up finishing, I believe, with 2 or 3 touchdowns, 180-plus yards. And he went both ways at corner. And at corner, he followed Theo Lease wherever he went. And Theo Lease, with Wilson in coverage, only had 2 or 3 catches for 10 yards. Guess who became a 5-star the next update, and guess who dropped out of being a 5-star?
Yeah.
Theo Lease and Garrett Wilson. So, cool story there. But I'm going Duncanville. Vandergrift for C.E. King. Who you got? I got C.E. King.
I got C.E. King as well.
And to be honest, I've looked at the Southlake team like a lot of other people have, where they're just going to win it. It won't be close in 682. I think C.E. King could beat them. They have more team speed than anyone in Texas, if not the country. They have 6 sub-11 kids on their offense.
Yeah.
And Southlake's playing DeSoto, but even C.E. King could match up with DeSoto, and I think could beat them. Now, they've never been this far in the playoffs, this group of kids, this coaching staff, but I definitely think they're going to beat Vandergrift. DeSoto, Southlake, you going Southlake?
Yeah, I'm going Southlake. I do think any of these 4 teams could end up winning it, though, even Vandergrift.
Yeah. No, C.E. King's beating Vandergrift. The Vipers don't have enough, only enough to beat Westlake round 1. But Lake Travis, North Shore, who you got?
As I told it to you back in week 4, I think Lake Travis is the sneaky state pick. I got to stick with it. Give me the Cavs.
Yeah, I'm going Lake Travis too. I can't pick against them. If they win, it'll be their first time ever beating North Shore in the playoffs. Since 2018, these teams have met in the state semifinal, I think 5 or 6 times, and each time North Shore has ended Lake Travis's season. So a lot of former Cavs going to be watching this one, hoping the current Cavs can get it done. So yeah, let's see. We got some questions here.
I'm gonna bounce out of here. Got a presser coming up, but everybody have a good football weekend. Hope y'all catch some state semifinals and some NFL on Sunday. And Army Navy, goddammit. Army Navy. Army Navy. Go Navy. Go midshipmen.
We do not care. We do not
That's
care.
Respectful against the military. Go Navy.
Shout out the military, but like service academy football, I'm not a fan of. I'll probably end up watching it at some point though, between that and Lake Travis and North Shore. I think they kick off at the same time. But Dave Keith Williams said Shiner has been a 2A powerhouse over the past few decades. I remember my senior year in high school, Shiner won their first state title. Yeah, they've been great for a long time. Had the Brooks brothers powering them to state titles. Dalton Brooks and Doug Brooks. Dalton is a safety for Texas A&M. Starts for them, has started this year, and I think is in year 2 or year 3 with the Aggies. Then his brother, Doug Brooks, was like one of the funnest high school players I've ever seen. Like 6 foot, 6'1" D tackle that seriously might have been 280 pounds, and he was their starting running back. And their entire offense was handing the ball to Doug Brooks or Dalton Brooks. And it's like, hey, these guys are playing in college, and everyone else who played at the 2A level isn't. So I'm almost positive they went to state 4 years in a row or 3 of their 4 years or something like that. But, another cool story. North Crowley head coach Ray Gates went to Shiner, is from Shiner. So, I don't think it ever happened, but imagine if Shiner ever poached him and he came back home. That would be funny. Let's see. Yeah, and the Brooks brothers are also cousins with Jonathan Brooks, who is from kind of down the road in I can't believe I'm about to forget where Jonathan Brooks is from. It's from around that area. If someone says, I'll be like, yeah, that's it. But I won't be able to think of it off the top of my head. Rodney Smith said, Jordan, I watched the DeSoto versus Willis highlights, and DeSoto was egregiously late hit on Bishop all night. Is that usual for big-time recruits to get this treatment? So there was a lot of animosity in that game because DeSoto and Willis have matched up in the playoffs 3 years in a row. First 2 matchups were in the 3rd round. This year's matchup was in the 4th round. And the 4th round is the furthest Willis has ever been, led by Jermaine Bishop in his senior year. There was a lot of shit talking in that game. The first quarter quite literally took an hour. It was 55 minutes because there were like unsportsmanlike penalties every single play. Every single play. It was probably the longest non-overtime high school game I've ever covered. The kickoff was at 3 and the clock hit 0 at 6:57. It was horrible. Yeah. And I will say Willis was definitely doing shit after the whistle. DeSoto was doing more. And Jermaine Bishop really didn't get going until the second half because DeSoto, their strategy was to put Booby Feaster, who's a top 100 receiver prospect that signed with USC. And their strategy was to put him at corner, and he was just following Bishop wherever he went. Thing is, the refs were really only calling unsportsmanlike penalties and weren't calling DPI or holding. And Feaster was holding or, defensive pass interference on Bishop like every single snap, and they weren't calling it. They finally started calling it in the 3rd quarter, and Willis proceeded to drive down the field by throwing 6 passes in a row to Jermaine Bishop with Feaster in coverage on all of them. So it would really, big-time recruits get extra treatment. The kids are going to talk extra shit to them if they make a play on them. But everything I just mentioned with the 3 years in a row, the matchup and, the animosity that brought, all the late hits that happened outside of Bishop and all the unsportsmanlike stuff. Like, it was a very heated game. And, I mean, there were dads from each team that were trying to fight each other at halftime and had to go sit in the stands the rest of the game too. So, And, like, at one point, Claude Mathis, the DeSoto head coach, was yelling at Trent Miller, like, you got to get your kids to stop egging mine on. And it's like, that's not how this works. You have to get your kids to behave and your players to behave and be able to block out if someone's talking extra shit. And I guess Miller could have done a better job with the Willis kids, but most of the time when stuff happened, it was DeSoto doing it, not Willis. So, I'm with you, David Keith Williams. Surprise would be awesome. Woodcrest said, Jordan, has Ellison or Shoemaker put out any good players this decade? Brendan Bett, who was one of the D tackles that just completely murdered the Texas O-line in the Florida game. He's from Ellison. He's originally from Alabama, though. SEC country, D tackle, body type, all that. But military brat, and his family was stationed in Killeen, so that's how he ended up at Ellison. And then Shoemaker, they've had a few kids. I mean, they've sent kids to like Houston and Texas Tech and G5. In their senior class, they have a kid going to Air Force in Houston, but not a ton of big time prime time players. There is a 27 or 2028 edge rusher at Shoemaker that has like sub 11 track and I think a 18 plus long jump, and he also plays basketball. Didn't produce a ton of sacks as a sophomore or junior, but like he's a guy that with the SEC moving from 85 to 105 scholarships could end up like sneaking onto an SEC roster just because there's a lot to work with there. Low floor, high ceiling, but you don't have to pay those dudes much. And, if you develop them, I mean, it's a tremendous value. And if you don't, well, they're in the portal. And if not, you have 20 extra spots on the roster. So, the pre 105 scholarship rule, and especially in the portal era, transfer era, it was really hard for guys to be on the team and never play for 4 years and never contribute without getting pushed out because, the roster management, the way it's been affected from the portal. But with 105, it moving from 85 to 105, I think we could see more of the like career bench guys, kind of like Max Merrill, because Texas, for the most part, cleared all those guys out each year. So some might be able to stick around longer. Let's see. Yeah, Hallisville. That's where Jonathan Brooks is from. Antoine said, Jordan, have you ever been to Sealy, Wharton, El Campo, or Eagle Lake? Never been to Sealy High School, but I've driven past it like 100 times because when I was living in Austin and you drive on 71 into Houston, you always go past Sealy. And every time I'm just like, hey, that's where Eric Dickerson went. And his nephew, is it Ricky Seals-Jones? Like 5-star kid. He ended up going to A&M. He ended up going to A&M and I think went undrafted, but was in the league for a few years. Haven't been to Wharton, haven't been to Eagle Lake, but I have been to El Campo. I went and saw Ruben Owens play LaGrange and Bravion Rogers in a scrimmage. And then I also saw them play an away game and a playoff game with Nick whenever he was still on the recruiting beat. So I have seen Ocampo, but I mean, I haven't been there or seen them since Ruben Owens left, which was 3 years ago. So, yeah. Antoine said, have you seen that 29 receiver at San Antonio Johnson, Braylon Allen? Yeah, he's a monster. I mean, he led them in receiving as a freshman in 6A, was really good versus Lake Travis. I believe had like a 50-plus yard catch and run touchdown. And I mean, yeah, he's got it. I've also been told his dad is apparently on staff at Johnson. So coach's kid too. That usually, is a major plus. Higher football IQ than other kids whose dad isn't a coach. But yeah, they have him, and then they have this 27 or 28 kid that's named Bryson Thompson, I think, who's like 5'8", 5'9", but he's a monster in the slot. So yeah, and the Braylon Allen kid too, they also hand him the ball. He has an interesting frame, so he might be able to stick at running back too. Probably a receiver though. Why isn't Converse Judson a powerhouse anymore? Well, it's a different staff from the staff that, kind of made them a powerhouse. And also, I mean, they're kind of in the same boat as some of the Round Rock schools where, when there's population growth, there's booms. You have to open new high schools, and it waters down the product at, other high schools. And Judson, the product's been watered down. Last year, I think they went 1-9 or 2-8, and I think they had the same record. Or no, they made the playoffs this year. But in 2024, they were like 1-9 or 2-8. They were not good. And I would say the reason for them falling off is kind of just, their talent pool is getting watered down. But, man, they used to have it rolling back in the day. Julon Williams, quarterback, who ended up playing receiver at Houston or signed to play there. I don't know if he ever played. Obviously, DeMarvin Leal. They had a few other guys that were monsters. Mike White was a quarterback they had after Julon was pretty solid. They had Sincere McCormick, who was a stud at UTSA. Like, they had a really good run of producing prospects in like the 20 teens. So, yeah. And hey, you know where I'm stopping. If I'm going from Austin to Houston, it ain't Bucky's. It's Ruska's or Haruska's, whatever it is. Give me some kolaches. Definitely recommend their burgers too. They're really good. Best gas station burger you'll ever have. Oh yeah, Antoine. I found this kid too, Jamari Bowens. I don't know how no one's on him. I mean, that dude's only football offers UTSA, and he has like 4 in basketball. He's going to be a stud. I still don't know how that kid doesn't have offers or more, but yeah. So, all right. If y'all have any more questions, get them in like the next 30 seconds because I'm about to get out of here. Yeah. Ricky Seals-Jones and Tyrone Swoops. Man, it's always interesting because, when these guys are high school kids and recruits and they sign, everyone's so important. They go, oh, he's going to the league. He's going to be a draft pick. He's the next Vince Young, right? Like, those are all the lazy comps for Tyrone Swoops. And that's part of it, man. You get excited, especially at that point when Texas wasn't great. Recruiting was what got you excited. It's what got you up in the morning. It's what made you look forward to the next season, seeing these young freshmen that are going to change the program. And I'll admit, like, I'll fall for it too, even in 2025 and 2026. And, there's players that transfer out all the time that I, thought were going to be dudes and difference makers, or at least good enough to not get pushed out. I end up being wrong, but part of recruiting is why it makes it so fun. Antoine, by the way, let me know if you see a Alvin Mosley hoop. I'm gonna try to get down there to see him. He had 26 last night in a loss at a tournament or something. But one of the best dual sport athletes in the state. He's up there with Kavian Bryant. Follow Joshua Dobson from South Carolina. He's my #1 recruit in the 27 recruiting class. Yeah, he's a tremendous player. I believe either visited in April or hasn't visited Texas at all. I think they're in his top 10, but they have to get him back to campus to have remotely a shot there. Because, that's going to be a national blue blood dogfight. Jose said, Jordan, who is the guy that will command the most NIL this offseason? What's the rumored amount? Is it Colin Simmons or someone else? Arch Manning is going to make more money than anyone on the Texas roster because he's Arch Manning. He's a quarterback. He's more marketable than anyone, and he's a Manning. But I don't think he's getting paid at all directly from Texas. I think it's a Quinn Ewers type setup, which is great for Texas. Quarterbacks are the most expensive. You can save a lot of money if you get a guy that's marketable enough, big enough, and they get all their money outside of the rev share cap or outside of the NIL pool you have. So it'd be Arch. Outside Arch, I think it definitely would have to be Colin Simmons or Trevor Gooseby. Gooseby, his draft grades are kind of all over the place. Some day 1, some day 2. I think no matter what, he'd be round 3 at the latest. But to get those guys to come back, you have to pay them a ton. So it's Gooseby or Colin Simmons for second and third highest paid after Arch Manning, at least in my opinion. Colin Simmons 1,000% made $1 million or more this season as a sophomore. It would expect, to make a little bit more next year. Yeah. Damn, Antoine said White Wright was 1-9 swoops his senior year at 2A. Woof. Crawford's playing in the Pflugerville tourney this weekend. Nice. Hey, David Keith Williams brings up a good point. If Texas somehow retains Gooseby and he does not turn pro early, Texas could have 3 of the top 5 draft picks in 2027, Arch Manning, Colin Simmons, and Gooseby. That's the same comment. Woodcrest, no comments. No comments. But all right, we're getting out of here. Up next, Third and Longhorn chops it up with Texas football visual architect Derek Ochoa. Derek Ochoa is the guy in charge of Texas football's creative team. Does a great job. Years ago, whenever I was trying to make a career in videography, photography, and had no idea how things worked, I sent him a few DMs, and I actually reached out to a few creative team folks, directors of creative team across the country, and very few responded. But Derek Ochoa did. And I want to make it very clear he is not a source of mine. But whenever I see him at games, give him a head nod, fist bump. Great guy, great follow on Instagram. And again, like it meant a lot to a teenager Jordan that I got a response back from Ochoa. So can't say enough good things about him. I'm actually probably going to tune into that too with Third and Longhorns. So and we're going to end the stream. Chip and Zay will be back on it at 2 p.m. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. We'll see you on Monday. Y'all have a great weekend. Like Jake Bayless said, they fucked up and let us get to Friday. And Woodcrest, yes, you can shoot me a DM. But all right, y'all. Peace.